room 614. Oh, damn, did the girl use a voice changer to convince him? Lanky arrives and asks, Violeta, what are you doing here? The president is looking for us. Oh, boy. What are they planning? A 200 IQ plan is in motion. The protagonist arrives at the door. There you are. Oh damn, is that the fake president? There's something I want to ask you. Meanwhile, Lanky says, did you manage to contact the zombie? No. The sisters are obviously messing with the communications again. They pass by where the pets are with the real president. President, were you looking for us? I need to pee. What can you do, right? Go to stay safe. They take him to the bathroom and come to a silly conclusion. Alright, I guess we don't need to go in. Hey, this is our territory, isn't it? And, of course, the guy is inside. Hashi, you brought me here, why are we running? He just wanted to confirm something and see if there was a chance. E replies, how? Didn't you see that scary guy was here? We already lost our best chance. There's no chance left. But that's when the little president arrives. Wow. I looks around. Don't worry, big brother. The two girls outside are just watching. Boom. The president gets kidnapped. Who would have thought? Remember how in the last chapter everyone was in that building? The president had just gone to the bathroom to take a leak when suddenly someone appeared out of nowhere and took the guy. The guy started jumping from rooftop to rooftop celebrating, saying they were way too lucky. Those guys volunteered themselves. That's when Lanke and Violeta went to check on the bathroom, curious about what the president was doing in a place that was making so much noise. But when they got there, they found the wall exploding and got a scare. An alarm went off. Everyone was on high alert and Violeta was already trying to contact the zombie. Nobody knew where he was. Violeta was in shock and Lanky was ready to transform. But Violeta said, hold on, dude. Are you crazy? Did you forget what happened a few days ago? Without the zombie here, you could end up killing everyone, including the president. She warned that not even she can control his power. In other words, it's extremely dangerous for them to transform when he's not around. Lanky asked, so what do we do, Violeta? The scene shifts to the two huge monsters trapped inside, sweating all over. Lanky asks if she's sure, and Violeta says, well, they belong to the president. Maybe they can find him. The beasts, however, just reply that they'll talk when they get out of there. Meanwhile, the two of them are sitting on this weird couch, and the girls ask if they're really dogs. Out of nowhere, one of them grabs the other's leash and throws him against the wall, blowing up the building and obviously creating a path through. But the beasts apparently go after him because one says, leave it to us. Then it bursts out in a massive explosion, flying away. Immediately, Lanky asks the obvious, how is that any less risky than us transforming? At that moment, the guys who had kidnapped the president see something approaching and those hellhounds, who are really ugly as seen, tell them to leave that man if they don't want to die. The masked guy is surprised, thinking that the people of the country are raising zombies to hunt them. The two of them charge forward like Goku and Vegeta. Lanke wants to know what they're going to do now. Without many options, they start chasing them and the fight begins. Night falls and there we are among the zombie ruins. The guys who kidnapped the president ask, hey, are you sure that's the president? He just tells the bastard to stop standing there and get ready because people are coming to cause trouble. Then two massive zombies land. Everyone is surprised, wondering if these are the bosses from Base A. I keep calling them dogs because in theory they're the protagonist's pets, but obviously these aren't dogs. One of them says, hand over that person if you want to avoid a war. Otherwise, you'll have to deal with an attack from a foreign zombie nation. The guy in the bandana says, a war? Why would that happen? Humans haven't even started fighting among themselves, so why would we do that? Why are you helping the zombies? The beast replies, me. You're helping humans too, you idiot. Look at yourself. The masked guy tells him to shut up, while the long-haired guy says he's only working for the survival of the zombie community. He has a grand plan in motion, but the dog just laughs. Then, we get a flashback of the protagonist wandering through a desolate world. The first half of the dog's life was like that of an ordinary bird. That sentence makes no sense, right? But hey, originally, he was a crow who lived in his community cleaning up corpses for the humans. Since they consumed the bodies, they actually helped reduce how many humans got infected, but the crow hated humans, because it wanted to become one himself. It wanted a pair of feet and to be like them. Basically, to lose his wings, his freedom, and work all day. Honestly, I'd rather stay a crow. Actually, forget that, because he and his friends got shot down. Yeah, being human is better after all. The protagonist was walking around in tattered clothes when he lifted a rock and felt a strange trace of life. That's when he found the crow, took it in his hands, and said that from now on, his name would be Lang. Then it told him straight up to learn that hatred and destruction are never the answer. Okay, so now we know his name is Lang. I don't have to keep calling him the dog anymore. It says the zombies' plan is far more magnificent than anything they could come up with. The long-haired guy just says it seems like they'll never see eye to eye. Just then, Lan Kay and Violet are arriving, while the guy who looks like Ghost Rider is already there, warning that this isn't their territory and that the zombies from Country B aren't going to just stand by. But smoke starts coming off of Lang, and Lan Kay and Violet are stunned. A human face begins to form. Then we cut back to the zombie. There's barely anything left of him. Damn, he's really torn to pieces. The protagonist says that if Lang wants to become any other type of creature, it just has to say the word. Holy cow, it turned it all cool, like a dark elf super saiyan, has standing there with total arrogance while the two girls are confused. Technically, even they want to know, wasn't it supposed to be a dog? The guys from the other country say that bastard is trying to disguise himself as a human. Lang stands completely still, and one of them says he's about to get vaporized for acting so arrogant. Eun le haces a huge barrage of fire, while the girls know this guy is no pushover. The attack heads straight for Lang, who doesn't move. Suddenly, a tornado rises up. Flames everywhere. But apparently, he's still standing there in the middle of it, because Ghost Rider charges at him. Lang stomps the ground and punches him right in the gut. Everyone is in shock. The fool goes flying, blowing up the entire city. The long-haired guy can't believe the power he's seen. Lang moves forward as the other zombies tremble. It looks like he took down all the buildings with a single punch. Zombies are flying everywhere. In the distance, Ghost Rider has already taken down 4 of them, and the long-haired guy says something is wrong, that this power is off the charts. Lang is just charging up his aura while the guy orders everyone to get ready. All the zombies from Country B have to attack and drive him out. Then he uses the art of the 1000-blade dagger. All those blades fly towards Lang, but most of them either shatter against his body or he easily destroys them. The guy goes to strike him, but Lang just sticks out his arm and blocks again. The long-haired guy is in shock. Nothing is doing is working. Meanwhile, Lan Kay and Violet say they need to find the president. A masked guy tries to escape while the long-haired guy orders everyone to stop the 2 of them. Zombies swarm in from all sides, but then dog number 2 suddenly sprouts wings out of nowhere. The guy pulls out a gigantic hand, what the heck, and it smashes the entire city. The 2 girls are frozen in shock. The creator literally turned it into a final boss, as tall as 10 buildings stacked on top of each other. It's crushing one of the buildings under its foot while the long-haired guy realizes it's one of the most ancient species, known as an ancient one. Lan Kay and Violet, however, want to know why they were locked in that cage if they had so much power. The creator doesn't say a word and just stands there, while the guy in the mask wonders how they're supposed to escape from a legendary species like that. It tells the bowl-cut guy to keep carrying the president, while he stays behind to help. It's the only way to win against something like this. If the zombies from Country B didn't win this battle, it would be the end for everyone. The long-haired guy can't believe that monsters from an ancient era still exist. And on top of the giant creator's head, whose name I still don't know, Lang lands. Meanwhile, the bowl-cut guy reaches the base and talks to the female boss, who looks perfectly healthy, telling her he brought the president and that they were under attack. She immediately orders him to kill the man, demanding to know why he brought him to her. But he explains that Aogi and Aishi were in danger, so he had to help them as fast as possible. He's asking something about how much he needs to open this thing. If you release everything, everyone would turn back into normal zombies. Apparently, it presses some kind of button to activate something, and the long-haired guy starts screaming, in pain, as every creature begins to get stronger. Lang, however, says he didn't expect them to combine their powers with technology, but it doesn't matter, because they only obey one person. Then, a single punch from the giant sends the entire city into oblivion. The poor zombies are thrown everywhere, while everyone frantically presses buttons trying to do something in the middle of the total chaos. Meanwhile, the long-haired guy confronts Aug head-on. The poor guy tries to hit Aug's shoulder, but is blocked and gets slammed right into the ground. The bowl-cut guy yells for everyone to hang on, as someone else steps up. It's the masked man, heading straight for the giant. Damn, this guy pulled an attack on Titan Mauve and transformed too, becoming a huge titan himself. The giant looks impressed, realizing there's actually someone of the same race as him. Then the monster charges, swinging its arm and slamming it into the ground, while Lang gets his face slashed. The long-haired guy, spinning in the air, shouts, wanting to know why someone so strong would choose to help humanity. They're the same race, the same species. They should be together. Lang simply replies that, unfortunately, it can't explain it. That's the order I received from the president. Then he punches him right in the face. The poor guy floats helplessly in the air, saying this is the end of the zombie race. Meanwhile, in the Battle of Giants, the one that looks like a minotaur tries to push the other one, saying he's not welcome here. But the twitting monster just stands there, completely unfazed, saying that unfortunately, everyone in this place will die today. The poor guy is grabbed by the neck, while the two girls watch in shock. The giant starts charging red energy in its hand and fires it right at his head. The bowl-cut guy calls out to Aishi, but the poor guy is already completely defeated, being lifted by the neck again. Hishionse again asks, "You have incredible power, why are you a prisoner of the human race? You could be worshipped as a god and destroy them all." The giant, whose name I'm still trying to figure out, replies that the reason he doesn't want to destroy humans is pretty obvious. Then comes a flashback to when he was just a little zombie, living with an alien family. His alien race wasn't like the undead. They had consciousness and their own food. All they wanted was their own territory to live in peace. But then the humans came with their so-called technology and destroyed their home. Bombs were dropped with the excuse that anything not of the human race must be annihilated. All his comrades were wiped out, no one survived. To protect him, his parents hid him among some ruins, trying to make sure he could at least escape the humans' hunt. The women's called them monsters, but in his eyes, what were the women's? With his own eyes, he watched as they completely wiped out his race. At that moment, he began to hate humans more than any other creature. He wanted revenge, but even more than that, he hated himself. It is beset his own cowardice and weakness for not being able to protect the ones he loved. From behind a rock, he saw the Megazord declaring that all abnormal species had been neutralized. From now on, there would be no more zombies, aliens, or any other species on Earth. That's when the red Megazord said, "No, actually, there's still one left." The little zombie hiding in the cave was terrified, sure that this was the end for him. But just then, a punch landed right on the Megazord's face. That's when the tough guy showed up. Frieza's descendant was saved. He saw a zombie as someone like him, even though their appearances were different. He felt they were the same kind, and they watched that guy fight the entire human army all by himself. The soldiers were reporting that several troops on the battlefield were being wiped out. They were told to activate all weapons, and missiles started raining down from the ships. Not only that, they were ordered to fire everything they had from the sky, from the sea, from the land, even from space. Everything was to be aimed at that one spot. But the alien just watched as that guy took down the entire human army using nothing but his bare hands. With a single slap, he evaporated an entire lake. A plasma cannon started charging a huge ball of energy and fired it, but zombie didn't move. "Dude, look at the size of that explosion on the planet. That's the kind of explosion that wiped out the dinosaurs, but the protagonist is no dinosaur." He stood there completely untouched. The alien was stunned. Right in front of the same type of laser that had wiped out his tribe, that guy stood there unharmed. Then came the most powerful mechanical warrior ever created by humans, but not even one survived a single punch. That being had achieved everything he himself had ever dreamed of. He saw in the faces of the humans the same despair Eonse saw on the faces of his fallen allies. The truth is, he was lucky to survive that war that lasted for decades. Unfortunately, most of the other living beings weren't so lucky. That single being single-handedly wiped out the entire human civilization and of course, as a result, all other life forms perished as well. The battle was so fierce that all the planet's oceans evaporated, the continents were split in two, and that man achieved something he never thought possible. The humans were gone, and I realized that this person felt as much hatred for them as I did. But seeing that lifeless planet didn't make him happy. In theory, that was the feeling he was supposed to have once his revenge was complete, but the only thing he felt while looking at that man standing there was infinite loneliness. Zombie bent down, picked up his jacket, put it on, covered his head with the hood, and started to walk away. The little alien watched from the corner in silence. That's when Zombie sensed someone's presence. It wasn't the aliens, it was at the moment he saved Lang. That's when he started to learn from the boss that hatred and destruction never solve anything. He learned that hate and destruction would bring nothing good to this world. So, he decided to follow the boss and obey him, choosing not to become a threat to humanity. Back in the present, he asks Aishi if she understood everything he said. The two girls are watching everything as the creature is smashed into buildings, but Aishi says he's lying. Something that powerful couldn't possibly exist in this world. Then the scene changes to Zombie standing face to face with the president. Naturally, the man is in shock and reverts to his normal form. The cap-wearing sisters want to know what's going on. He snapped out of the hypnosis. They tell him to answer that he doesn't know why he transformed back, but the guy just says that all the ancestors have been killed. They tell him that makes no sense. He orders someone to call an ambulance and immediately runs off, saying they have to save him. Zombie suddenly wakes up. Wait, was he asleep? Where's the president? Meanwhile, the medics are rushing the unconscious man away with the sisters, saying they have to save him. He can't die now. Then someone calls the protagonist, asking if he can talk, and he tells them to go ahead. That's when he gets the news that the president has been kidnapped. Confused, Zombie says the president was right there in front of him, wasn't he? Where did he go? The guy on the line tells him he must be crazy. The president was kidnapped 30 minutes ago. That's when Zombie realizes what happened, runs out of the building, and takes off. The scene changes to the emergency room, where the girl in the cap asks about the man's condition. The doctors say it's not good at all. She says that bastard has to at least be able to talk. But the doctor replies, "Miss, that's asking for too much. If he manages to stay alive, that's something. He's in a vegetative state." The two of them stand there in shock. Then it cuts back to Aishi saying, "You're lying. If a zombie that strong really existed, why do we have to suffer so much just to survive? If he wiped out human civilization, so, why are there still humans today?" The giant says he'll have to ask the humans himself if he really wants to know, but it seems Aishi has no intention of backing down unless he does. Aishi yells that he won't back in no matter what. If anyone wants him to move, they'll have to go through him first. The ground starts to shake and Lanfi says he's completely lost his mind. Then the giant says, "Fine, I'll make sure Aishi disappears from the face of the earth." He starts forming a huge sphere of energy above his head like a damn spirit bomb. Naturally, even his allies are yelling at him to stop before he vaporizes the entire city. That's when Zombie extends his hand toward the attack. The long-haired guy just stares, wondering who the hooded man is. Turns out, he's right on top of Aishi's head, telling his friend to stop already. All the running zombies suddenly freeze and start to tremble. Even Aishi collapses, drenched in a cold sweat. Zombie turns around without a word. All the zombies there kneel, bowing before their king. Lanfi looks confused. Suddenly, everything goes silent. Then the giant says that he's now allowed to talk to him. Aishi, shocked, says it's impossible, that guy couldn't be one of them. Seeing Zombie with that huge aura behind him, he asks if he's the predecessor, the progenitor of them all. But Zombie just asks, "Where is the human president?" "He's down there, on the ground. We took him to the east gate." Meanwhile, the long-headed guy falls to the ground, trying to understand how someone can radiate a presence stronger than all of them combined. At the same time, the beauty in the short skirt points her Glock at the president, saying she'll never show mercy to an enemy, but asks her to calm down and wonders if she's the leader of the rebels from Country B. She's really someone who's made a name for herself, a visionary and incredible woman. She cuts him off, warning him that he won't get away with that cheap flattery. Then he says, "What if I told you I have information about the ancient civilization? If you're human like me, it should interest you." In the flashback, she takes off her hood and tells him to get to the point, because her patience is running out. Then the president explains that country B has been acting suspiciously, because his nation discovered the remains of an ancient civilization. Although they only found fragments, they managed to learn some of that technology. And the reason country B is making such a big deal about his arrival is precisely because it possesses that information. So, instead of forcing a war that would weaken both countries, she should focus on getting that technology and defeating them both with her own hands. That seems to grab her attention for a second, but the next moment she's already pointing her gun and asking if he really thinks she's stupid. She's about to pull the trigger when suddenly a bunch of zombies swarm in, holding her down from all sides. She's pinned to the ground, demanding to know what the hell they're doing. She fed them, so why are they acting like this? Then she senses something in front of her. The zombies arrive, giving her that cold stare. Hugo. She realizes she's screwed. Still, she yells at the bastard to let her go and demands to know who he is. The protagonist simply replies, "I never thought the leader of the country B zombies was a human woman." Peculiar indeed, although I have no interest in ruling country B, you do not have permission to kill that man. She's furious, asking who he is and what he thinks he's doing. While the president celebrates that zombie has finally shown up, the leader orders her forces to attack now, saying it's their only chance to kill the president. But none of the zombies obey her. She's confused. It's as if her control over them is fading away. Then she sees the zombies turn to her and say they'll let her go when they leave. After all, they are civilized zombies and don't commit senseless massacres. It seems like everything is settled now. We're back with Lang and Violet, relieved that they're both okay. The president jokes that he never thought things would get so chaotic just because they went out to take a leak, but the protagonist finds it strange. He remembers blanking out for a second and then 30 minutes had passed. Maybe humans have some ability he doesn't know about. And with that, the president's visit to the country B zombie base comes to an end. Back to the scene, Lang turns to the long-haired fool and says he's lucky to have made it out alive today. Meanwhile, the giant starts leaving, destroying everything in his path before finally turning back to normal. After that, it was the last day of the visit. The president met with some citizens of country B and returned to country A. On the other hand, the security team had no choice. After that incident, they had to guard the president 24 hours a day, and someone really needs to send that kid to therapy. He's staring at those two hellish dogs, saying they look cute. Then the scene switches to another place where the two girls in caps admit they failed the mission. A month passes and now we're heading into the best kind of fight, the hot girl showdown. Violet tells Lang to take a deep breath and focus her energy in her abdomen. Then she has to transfer it into her hand. Lang, however, is stunned while Violet's explaining it. She storms off, saying she's done with this, but Violet charges at her, and everyone's in shock as explosions go off everywhere. Lang's trying to run from her while someone in the background says to record all the data from this fight. Damn, Violet. What a dangerous flexible kick. Lang glares back at her, but Violet's already coming in for another strike. Lang plants both hands on the ground, and Violet spins into a roundhouse kick. Whoa! Lang counters with a capoeira-style move that lands right on Violet's chin. She manages to step back and someone calls out to stop the fight. They've already gathered all the data they needed, but now both of them are fired up. A straight brawl punches to the face, the mouth, the chest. They both retreat. Violet prepares again, holding her sword midair. Lang grabs her own blade and leaps forward. There's an explosion. The whole city shakes. Holy, I'm out of breath. Just like Violet. She's exhausted while Lang is standing tall. Oh, she broke Violet's sword. Even so, Violet doesn't stop and Lang rushes in again. The two of them clash head to head until finally their transformations seem to wear off. Violet is exhausted, spitting out blood. And after running some analysis, the little Lou says that apparently they're about 20 times stronger than normal when they're transformed. It seems the number of times your strength increases is directly related to how strong you already are by nature, which is exactly why, well, the portal doesn't stand a chance against them at all. On top of that, she's also curious because both of them just had their hearts pierced, yet regenerated, even without being transformed. That basically proves that neither of them are human anymore. Looking through the documents, Lang immediately realizes that this is the price of obtaining such power, but Violet refuses to accept that. She insists she still has her consciousness and her body is alive. She's not like those mindless creatures that can't think for themselves. As far as she remembers, only those without consciousness were called zombies. Her friend says, well, based on the DNA, she's not completely wrong. Still, Violet cuts her off, saying that's not the point. What they really need to focus on is creating equipment that helps them control their emotions, because yes, they're still human, and man, they're definitely going to lose it one day and have to rethink that idea. After all those messy events during the country B visit, they finally got something rare, a period of peace and rest. Sammy's all cozy in his pajamas celebrating. Then the doorbell rings and Violet walks in saying the president's been looking for him. It's time for his meeting. Great. And in the next panel, that damn doctor's up to more nonsense again. Is there celebrating with a group of scientists? The bowl-cut guy asks, "Hey, Chronome, why are you focused on building mechanical suites and stuff like that? Why are you working on biological things now?" But the bald man replies, "Keith, you don't get it. This here is liquid metal nanotechnology. Apparently, this was how the ancient population built their technological empire. It's a liquid metal that can float freely in space and even change its form based on thought. And breaking something like this is about as hard as crushing an entire planet." The bowl-cut guy, in shock, says it's kind of an exaggeration to claim something like that existed in the past. Not to mention, it's way too advanced for what they're used to. Could the people of the past have really been that advanced? But the bald guy says that's exactly what was happening back then. Technology was incredibly advanced. Whatever they wanted, they had artificial intelligence machines to make it happen. Basically, everyone was just a giant, pampered baby. Yeah. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if that's how things go in our own timeline. The problem is, even after reaching the pinnacle of technology, they still couldn't beat him. The bowl-cut guy says if he's that powerful, how are they supposed to beat him? How was a being like zombie even created? The bald guy says they didn't create him. Apparently, zombie is a creature that's been evolving since the very beginning of the planet, just like humans. He's been walking this earth for far longer than they could ever imagine. But asks if there was really another civilization before theirs. And here comes the bald guy with the story, saying he'll explain. Like every civilization, it all started with agriculture. But one day, out of nowhere, a virus infected one of the farmers and it turned into zombie. Back then, they looked a lot like humans and they used weapons to stop them. But to completely eliminate the zombie threat, humanity took a very different path. They didn't have powerful bodies, so they pushed technology to the absolute limit. After 1,000 years of development, technology advanced by leaps and bounds. And in that process, they discovered something that shocked everyone. The reason humans were turning into zombies was because they already had the virus inside their genes. It wasn't caused by any external mutation, and that discovery led to something even more terrifying. It had already existed within their civilization from the very beginning. Basically, it was a strange variable that had evolved since the very first humans existed. And the knowledge they had about this being was completely superficial. By examining all the genes they possessed, they discovered that 6 human civilizations had existed before them, and all 6 of those civilizations were created, destroyed and somehow connected to him. In short, he's wiped out more than one civilization, that's for sure. The doctor tells him to explain it clearly, and the bald guy says he already knows the rest. When they saw a being that completely defied logic itself, humanity began to focus on technology as much as possible. They started tracking his movements and, wherever it went, they would disappear to make sure it didn't see a single human. The idea was to study his behavior and his genetic structure. They pushed technology and science to the absolute limit, believing that no matter how strong it was, he was still a carbon-based creature and couldn't surpass the speed of light. But in the end, they always failed. Every time humanity was on the brink of destruction, they would bury some nutrients along with human embryos. And that's how the evolution of everything would start all over again. The doctor asks if they're really the embryos that were buried. He doesn't look too happy, wanting to know if that means they were basically some kind of synthetic species. The bald guy says that's not kited, and that he doesn't need to get upset. There were plenty of men and women reproducing freely. It's just that they needed an extremely modified genetic lineage. For example, it's incredibly rare for a genius like him to appear, and that's exactly where the human race has its advantage. The doctor tells him to shut up, saying he's tired of this story. They were just supposed to be taking a look, and he's almost finished. There's a small green zombie strapped inside a machine with restraints on all four corners. The bowl-cut guy looks at it and says, "Him, seems a little weak to me, I don't know." But the scientist says he's only half finished. This is the body he managed to create using the zombie's genes. The bald guy suggests injecting it with monominal. That way, they have a mechanical zombie with perfect modifications. Not only an immortal body, but also one made of the most durable material in existence. Literally, it shouldn't be any weaker than the real zombie. The nerd says they're insane. If this is a copy of zombie, there's a chance this creature could have the same ideas it does. And if it decides that they are the villains, it could kill them all without hesitation. The doctor agrees, saying it really can't have the same mindset as the original. The bald guy suggests giving it the same mindset as the zombie from their own era, but did forget that the zombie from their era also destroyed everything. I mean, it's not that I want the enemies to win, but come on, use your brain, man. Bullcut complains about the same thing, saying he might end up joining the real zombie, but the bald guy says the zombie from his time didn't think about anything. The only thing it remembers is that whenever it saw a human, it would start a massacre. Bullcut is stunned, but the doctor looks excited, saying that what it thinks doesn't matter. They just need to make sure something like it is created. The rest will be left up to fate. And now it makes sense why humanity has been wiped out 6 times with geniuses like these in charge. The scene shifts to the ocean, where the protagonist wonders why Violetta brought him there. Shouldn't you be at the office? There are huge ships all around, and then the president turns around all cheerful, greeting Zombie and saying how happy he is that they've finally met again. He's so happy that Zombie saved him, says he missed him so much and all that. He grabs our boy by the arm and tells him he has a gift for him. And why the heck is the artist hiding the president's face so much? A little suspicious. The president, himself, is now giving Zombie an entire naval fleet as a gift. 60 warships, each equipped with aircraft. Plus from now on, he's the commander-in-chief. Half of the country's forces are under his control. He's going to have to protect everyone and make sure no one dies. Zombie just lets out a woohoo as if he's super excited, except he's not at all. Violetta tells him to act a little happier. She doesn't even have one ship and is already being given 60, basically, and now commands all military forces on land and sea. The president tells everyone to salute their new commander and the whole crew shouts, "Good morning, Chief Zombie." The music starts playing, everyone celebrates, and he's presented with this huge warship. Meanwhile, somewhere else at sea, look who it is. The gorgeous villain is telling her crew to drop the pride. They weren't hired just to sit around and eat. And who's back? That's right, the King of Kerbis herself. Beautifully drawn as always. Wow, what a sight. One of her men behind her tells her to calm down, that they can talk things over and understand why they were called there. The rebellion leader explains that the exchange between country A and country B is about to begin. When it starts, she wants the queen to sneak aboard the enemy ship and make them shoot each other. The short guy in the group says she can count on them to make it happen. It just wants to know how much they're getting paid. She says 3,000 gold coins, but the king had better wipe that sour look off her face. Her friend tells her, "Come on, king. Calm down. We need the money, remember? Black lent us money, but the interest is 40%. It'll take us a millennium to pay it back." The queen approaches, but Abby steps in the way and says it's best to stay at least 16 feet away from the boss. The stunning beauty asks if they're afraid she'll eat their big sister or something. They reply that they're allergic to ancient creatures, so it's safer to keep their distance, but the boss tells them to let the weirdo through. And the queen gets closer and gives her a peck. Well, not literally a bird, but you know what I mean, saying she has no idea what the human is plotting. But that there's only one person in this world who could defeat her. The rebellion leader says she doesn't care, she just wants that chaos to happen. Deal made. And that's the situation for the Ice King. Unfortunately, to pay off her debts, she's had to set her dignity aside a bit. Don't worry, Kin. Dignity is overrated anyway. If things get too tough, just start an OnlyFans and you're set. Next scene, The trade event between country A and country B is about to begin and everyone is recording the ships. Although the two nations are far apart, every 4 years, they hold these events as a gesture of peace and goodwill. This time, the goal is to capture new islands and show off their military strength to reassure civilians that their families are safe. Meanwhile, the people from country A are gathering on Gua Island. Different departments are there for a game of beach volleyball. And bless that artist, who threw in a beach episode out of nowhere. Lang K is fully geared up while the Cap sisters declare that even though it's just an exhibition match, they won't accept defeat. Our poor protagonist looks all skinny and exhausted, while Violeta, well, she's looking stunning as always. The samurai guy, clearly a man of culture, says that matches between women are always a treat to watch. The audience is also watching, wondering who that weirdo is. Scrawny guy is. And who's his partner? That guy from way back, the one zombie humiliated at the start, the captain from the academy. Man, it's been ages since we've seen him. This is a match where everyone wins. Lang Ki tosses the ball into the air and Violet leaps up for the first serve. You guys watching are just like the audience there, taking screenshots left and right. Shortcut for anyone who doesn't know, Windows plus Shift plus S. Violet smashes the ball. It rockets past the girl in the cap who jumps up to block it, and she actually catches it. Then one of the sisters jumps to hit it back too and sends the ball flying. But Lanty immediately moves to intercept back and forth, side to side, until it smacks Zombie right in the head. The poor guy's dazzled while the crowd is losing it. And who's that long braided girl with the tattoo on her arm? Hey cameraman, pan a little to the right, quick. Just want to check something out. Zombie's running around trying to get out of the cows, but then, he's getting smacked in the face over and over. Let the guy breathe. The two girls are shouting at each other. It seems like this happens every year because one of the guys watching sighs, saying it's the same as always. Meanwhile, there's another girl with white hair just staring straight at Zombie. She tells Butterfly to be careful and not get noticed by him. They're watching him quietly from the sidelines. And damn, here comes another powerful design. The artist of this series is a true master. It can say so much with just a few lines. Butterfly, chown from that beautiful back angle, tells her to relax. It's been hundreds of years since she last fought him. Is probably forgotten by now. Who the hell are these women anyway? You could already tell even in his first form, it just looked like an idiot. It's hard to believe that once he transforms, it becomes this world's ultimate nightmare. The white-haired one says she never imagined she'd run into him again. It's her first time meeting this person in this lifetime. Butterfly answers that it's not time for them to meet again. He's far too dangerous. That terrifying memory still haunts her. All of them were forced to flee their planet because of the pressure and destruction it brought. The pain of abandoning their home world still weighs on her. She's never forgotten that moment. Nearby stands a massive muscular guy. Looks straight up like Hodder from Game of Thrones. Butterfly tells him to calm down, then sits on his arm, saying their goal here isn't to challenge him. Acting rashly would only bring catastrophic consequences. She says she's going to rest, but nay, the white-haired one, protests that she doesn't want to stay there alone. Butterfly replies that one of them needs to stay behind, observing from a distance. The most important thing right now is finding out the limits of that bastard's power. Zombie, however, is still there in his first form, looking all innocent. Back with the scientists, the bald guy says the design's finally ready. It really is a genius. It's just a shame it can't stop being bald. Bold Cut though is more curious about the old civilization, or, like, how did they live? But the bald one says unfortunately, he has no idea. Looks like nothing was left behind. Basically, what they're doing now is starting civilization over from scratch. Back at Sea, the Carver ships are moving out. The reporter says they're currently flying over the country's fleet. On one of the ships, someone calls out for the commander. And there he is, the baddest zombie himself, fully uniformed. Now our boy commands his own naval fleet. It trained his subordinates, all of whom were already familiar with ship controls. And now there are zombies running the show everywhere. They learned how to pilot and how to coordinate between land and sea. And now the very weapons once made to wipe out zombies are being operated by zombies. And there's Violet wearing her usual outfit. Man, I missed that signature look. Then one of the zombies awkwardly tells her the boss wants her to join them. A also informs Miss Lang K that her uniform is ready, but she answers that as an advisor, she's not obligated to wear a uniform. Oh, come on. Just put on the new outfit so we can check out the design. So in total, our protagonist is commanding 3 massive military cargo ships. And apparently, there's going to be a competition. According to the reporter, it's meant to test cooperation between nations and see how well they can adapt. The participants in the middle fleet are a boy zombie, Violet, and Lan K. The next fleet has those 3 horned samurai. And last but not least, a bunch of poor souls who look absolutely terrible. In Country B, we have the Stocking sister teaming up with the samurai, plus 3 random girls I've never heard of, and this totally not suspicious group. The reporter says she couldn't interview everyone, since they're focused on the competition. At least she got to meet the leader of the second country, who seems like a really friendly guy. She asks for his opinion on the event, and they casually says everything is fine, people should fight less and live more peaceful lives. That way, everyone could just stay home, relax, and eat. The guy watching from home thinks that dude clearly has a screw loose. Next, she goes to interview the imposing Violet, who just says that if not all the ships end up at the bottom of the sea, she'll consider this whole thing a sexist. Lan K, on the other hand, says he has a bad feeling about all this. And honestly, I'm still trying to figure out, what exactly are they competing against? Are they supposed to attack something together? The Stocking twins wonder what the point of conquering another island is. It was way easier when they just had to capture zombies. The hacker sister says she has no idea either, but she wants to know who those new girls on the other team are. They appeared out of nowhere and were promoted immediately. They must be special somehow. The guy with the bangs sniffs the air and Butterfly asks what's wrong. S says it's nothing, but someone is clearly looking for a beatdown. As usual, the one with the kino style is the best dressed of the crew. Butterfly and Ni ask the big guy what trouble is senses. S says there's someone nearby from the same origin as him. You could say they're the same species. He's not sure why, but their aura feels weak right now. Butterfly looks surprised, but tells him not to worry. It's so faint at this point, it could disappear at any moment. Meanwhile, a helicopter and several ships are approaching an island in the Atlantic Ocean. A girl with binoculars informs the lieutenant that the exchange event is about to begin. The lieutenant immediately orders them to open fire, and the first shot is fired. Damn, it looks like they're actually shooting at Country B's ships. I'm still trying to wrap my head around this, but it really seems like the competition, and one of Country A's ships has already sunk. The samurai ask why they aren't fighting back yet. Are they just going to stand there and take the hits? One of them looks through binoculars and says the enemy is still too far away. The guy in a helicopter starts commentating, saying that Country B won't be able to hold back now that Country A has made the first move to claim the island. The watching crowd goes wild, cheering for them to go all out and destroy the enemy. Meanwhile, the officer with the bushy eyebrows orders them to fire at everything. Bombs are dropping into the water. Everyone is watching. It's total chaos. The samurai with the bandana asks if they shouldn't step in to help. The South Edge head guy's ship looks like it's about to sink, but his comrade replies that whoever steps on the island first wins 40 points. So, for now, they'll let everyone else fight it out while they move in closer. Oh, now I get it. The guy with the bangs is shocked because the island they're on is where the competition is happening. Explosions everywhere as the South Edge guy yells for everyone to get back. He's going to handle this himself. Suddenly, something flies by and the enemy girl looks up just in time to see him transform in midair, his body swelling with muscles. It's a full-blown battle of side characters, and the ones suffering the most are the poor spectators forced to watch this mess. Ben, the sharp-toothed girl, says she'll handle it herself and shoots into the sky like a bullet. We've gone full Dragon Ball territory. They exchange blows in the air. She kicks him right in the face. The crowd cheers as the samurai team watches, saying, looks like their leader is getting his butt kicked. At that very moment, the Cap sisters notice that the samurai team is watching them, too. Everyone is keeping an eye on each other. One of them tells the others to hurry, since whoever steps on the island first gets those 40 points. Meanwhile, on the island, the nerds are banging on the door, yelling that they have a problem. There's a human army heading this way. The scientist looks confused, trying to understand what is talking about. He goes to the window to check and sees the fleet approaching. The samurai's ship is speeding up, racing against the hot girl's ship. The scientist asks how they were found, and the nerd says, were they exposed? The human replies that it's impossible. A shows the safest island on the planet, a totally isolated, random spot. No one would be interested in it. Then we flash back a few months, to the Prime Minister of Country B talking with the President of Country A about where to hold the next event. Apparently, the last time it was in Country A's territory and it turned into a disaster, so the President refused to have it on his turf again. The guy from Country B said that was fine, but it didn't want it in his territory either. How about that random island? It's not part of either country. And since the rest of the planet is already claimed, this place is perfect. The poor scientist is freaking out, saying that this makes no sense at all. Asks if the bald guy finished the program and the bald guy, who's still losing his hair, says he's almost done, just finalizing the code. The only problem is that some arm models still need to be installed. While everyone is stunned, the reporter announces that troops from both countries are arriving and it looks like the top generals from Country B are finally entering the fray. The city is buzzing with anticipation, but the reporter can't locate Country A's flagship. The scene cuts to a frozen place where Violet asks why they're even here. Lanka grays and tells them to explain themselves, while the little zombie warns that they're about to hit an iceberg. But Loli says this is exactly why you don't let a zombie pilot a sheep. The protagonist looks totally lost, with no idea where they are. Violet says they're looking at a freaking penguin and Elkie tells the zombie to just explain himself already. It turns out they're on the opposite pole of the planet, everyone is ganging up on him. Has embarrassed and can't explain himself. Violet can't even use the map, they'll need a compass to get out of there. The protagonist asks, why don't we just quit this competition? It would be better. Back at the competition, there are explosions everywhere. The sharp-toothed girl is spinning in the air when that weird, muscular naked guy shows up, and she gets spooked. From a distance, the scientist wonders why everyone is converging. The samurai's team and the Cap sisters are still fighting. The old commander tells them to check the program and find a solution. The bald guy says, hey, don't you have any zombies left? Check the nanomaterial stock and make something to buy some time. But he searches and finds Abiel, saying, this is the solution. The other guy grabs it and says, these fools are about to get slaughtered. The human army is going to pay for making them look like idiots. On another ship, Avaman informs the Ice Queen that the armies have started to fight. It's time to execute their plan. She orders them to fire and the first rocket is launched towards Country B's flagship. The blonde guy raises an arm and conjures a protective wall around his ship. One of the guys is stunned that they had the guts to use real artillery. It's time to change the game. The Queen's friend warns that there's an expert on the enemy side. Just then, the big guy walks up to a guy on the ship and tells him to steer the boat towards the other one. The poor guy starts arguing that is the commander and they should obey, but the big guy just grabs him by the face and lifts him up. The guy's head is about to pop. The gray-haired guy tells the Queen they can't let anyone find out that they're just trying to suck up to that army. As the big guy crushes the other dude's head, the two girls glare at each other, saying they want to turn the other one to ash. The ships seem to be getting closer to each other while the big guy celebrates, saying, now both armies look like they'll take this seriously. Meanwhile, at the other pole, zombies are casually fishing. Whoever is alive is terrified. The poor people who think the ships are about to crash know they're going to die and are freaking out. Then the Queen gracefully stretches while the other lunatic leaps. She comes in with a flexible flying kick. Wait, how did she even hit him? The guy had already been launched super high. She gives him a look, he lands on his feet right in front of her ship, which is already cracking all over. The reporter is homicide, saying, you don't even need the captain's fight. Just these underlings are incredible. The Queen waves her arm and creates a whirlwind near the enemy ship. At the same time, the blonde guy raises an arm and forms a protective wall, while also using something like a gar move. The Queen was caught in a total death trap. Everyone is stunned, wondering if this is really the strength of someone who isn't even ranked as a general. And the guy checks the files and finds no record of a white-haired girl representing Country A. Meanwhile, other ships are rushing over at full speed. But the samurai crew knows something is wrong with that island. The ninja asks what's going on, and when he looks, a giant leg and a horde of zombies are approaching. It's about to be an attack on Titan Kent-style rumbling. The scientist tells the bastards to charge. Meanwhile, the protagonist finally catches a little fish. The samurai are now in shock trying to figure out what's happening on the island. This doesn't seem like part of the test. Their friend just tells everyone to retreat. The hackers are screaming at their partner to slow down, but it's already too late. The giant zombie threw a mountain-sized mass at the shore and launched it straight at the ship, hitting them both dead center. The samurai wonder if this is part of the test. These people are taking things seriously this year. The scientist stands with his arms crossed, feeling proud. Even a helicopter commentator says the performance looked realistic. The villain yells that everyone should die. Sam goes to the Prime Minister of Country B asking if he planned this. The President of Country A says, "No way, he doesn't have that kind of technology." Back in the fray, the samurai tells everyone to prepare the counterattack. No country wants to destroy its own military weapons, so now there are enemies on that island. The scene cuts to the protagonist, where the hell are Violet and Lang? His friend replies, "I don't know. They disappeared." Out on the ocean, they're both running at full speed. Violet is furious, saying, "That bastard, doesn't he know how hard I train for this event every 4 years? My plan was to beat those two sisters senseless, and now I'm afraid I'll get there and it'll all be over." Her friend says, "Ooh, Captain, we're out of fuel to get back." She yells, "No way." She refuses to give up now. So, they drum 1, 2, 3, 4 and the zombies pull that giant freighter with sheer rowing power to the other side of the planet. Got it? Meanwhile, Baldi yells, "All right, all done." Finally, Bulk Cut says, "Hey, you better not let that thing get here alive or we'll be the ones to die." Baldi replies, "I already kicked it straight into the ocean." Google Maps image. The scene cuts to a warplane where Abby says, "Hey, bro, what do you think those hired guys are doing down there?" As she replies, "I don't know. Maybe they've reached the enemy. But wait, what's that thing up ahead?" On the beach, there's a strange pod. Inside the pod, someone with a robotic arm slams their hand against the wall, forcing it open. Outside, the two of them are trembling. The figure steps out, casting a dark and ominous glare. Then, the scene cuts to the protagonist's face where the vampire-looking guy is stunned as everyone arrives pale and terrified. For some reason, everyone is breaking out in a cold sweat. What the hell is that? Is that the guy who came out of the pod? The two brothers are frozen in shock. The newcomer really looks like the darkest final boss form of a zombie. It's like Dark Goku just showed up. It starts walking towards them as the scientists cheer. It worked. That bastard is about to show his true power. It stops in front of them, looming like a giant, even though he is actually the same height. Then, out of nowhere, he grins widely and says, "Wow, it's been so long. Come on, give me a hug." The others look on in confusion while the scientist starts tearing out what's left of his hair. Back on the beach, the group sees this guy asking, "Hey, you, who are you, you, the one from the pod?" The three of them are trying to figure out what's going on. But, Dark Zombie grabs one of their arms, saying, "Finally, I found someone of my own kind. I've been alone for so long." The A in the background says the guy's aura suddenly vanished. The doctor yells, "Hey, Baldi, you idiot. Did you screw up?" The bald guy insists, "Wait, calm down. There must be some glitch. I'll adapt soon." Then, Zombie pulls down his hood. "Sorry for being rude. Nice to meet you. My name is Jiang Zombie." The guy asks, "Are you a zombie?" He replies, "Well, yeah, obviously, my friend. It seems they brought me back through some kind of resurrection or something." "Hey," she looks puzzled. "Resurrection? What are you talking about?" Abby shakes his device and says, "Well, according to this, it really does have the consciousness of a zombie." Then he asks, "Weird. Why does he look so robotic?" The dark zombie looks at the sky and says, "Unfortunately, he has no idea. He just came back to life." The two of them stare at him, confused about where this guy came from. That's when the man in the mask yells, "You idiots, stop chatting and let's go, we have to get back to the boss's plan." Abby and Aishi just say their goodbyes. "All right, say ya, zombie man. Good luck with your life." They start up the plane and take off, and in the air the rebel leader asks, "Who was that guy anyway?" Aishi replies, "I have no idea. It just popped out of a pot out of nowhere, but honestly, it seemed like a nice guy. And yet, I'm still terrified of this guy. He has this creepy smile and says, I feel great. Let's check out this city. You just know the moment he sees the first human, he's going to start wrecking everything. Meanwhile, the scientists are panicking. One of them is about to shoot poor Baldy while Bull freezes, too scared to do anything. Back down below, the ship takes off and the giant zombie arrives in front of the city. Some civilians whisper, telling each other to look over. That person over there looks a little strange, doesn't he? And the first thing he says is, humans, followed by a little laugh. On the plane, Abby asks, what are you thinking about? She replies, that guy we met earlier. Maybe we should have brought him with us. He looks so weak. He'll probably get killed by the humans like an idiot. And then here we go. The dark zombie starts charging up for an attack while the scientists watch closely. He slams his fist into the ground, splitting the world in half and lifting it upwards. Just like that, 1 billion people dead. What the hell? Cars, buses, everything is flying through the sky, reaching the plane's altitude, almost crashing into it. Abby and Aishi look completely lost. And wow, the art looks awful in this panel, but I get the idea. The planet split in two. I forgive you, artist. It probably would have been too much work to draw it properly. Our boy, the dark zombie, literally flipped the planet's tectonic plate with a single punch, and now it's raining people everywhere. Chaos, destruction, nothing is left standing. I have no idea how anyone is still alive in that world. Every fight ends with 1 million casualties. Even the girls who were on the other side of the planet, still on their ship, turn their heads to the side, wondering why half the continent is upside down. Meanwhile, the Ice Queen says, no one in this world can oppose me. Wait, what are you? Zombies? Butterfly tells her to calm down, but the Queen is already losing her mind. She starts destroying everything, and the blonde guy comments, well, she's a bit stronger than I expected. The Queen keeps demanding to know who they are. Butterfly looks ready to finish her off, but Nay steps forward and says she'll handle this woman herself. She tells her, we don't intend to kill you. So, just tell us where your master is and let's be done with this nonsense. The Queen replies that she has no idea what they're talking about. Butterfly, who can apparently read minds or something, realizes the King isn't lying and says, interesting. In theory, vampires should have gone extinct, so why do you still exist? The blonde guy adds, this woman should have disappeared a long time ago, and if her master had used some kind of cultivation site to keep her alive, she wouldn't have this level of power. The King looks confused and says, it's strange how you speak as if you know me. The blonde guy explains that she possesses a genetic trait that grants her immortality. That's when Nas says, we come from an ancient civilization, and our purpose here is to investigate the zombie's true strength. If you've lived on Earth this long, then you must also know who he is. The King snaps back that they talk too much and that's why she despises humans. She was about to fight back, preparing to attack. But before anyone can react, they all hear a loud cracking sound. Everyone looks to the side, and the planet is split in half. Now the girls are completely lost, trying to figure out what just happened. Even a reporter covering the fight is suddenly at a loss for words. The poor samurai, the girl falling off the ship, the soldiers in the middle of battle. Everyone is in shock. Meanwhile, Dark Zombie just stands there, watching as humans rain down from the sky. The narrator says both sides are tense and the battle is fierce, but the people on the airship are trying to figure out what just happened. Then, an explosion shoots up into the sky. It's the Dark Zombie, heading straight for the stars. And, damn, the guy just activated bleach mode. He's entered his second form. Everyone's freaking out, trying to understand what kind of monster this is as it prepares for another attack. You don't know if it fell back to the ground or just jumped it that high, but the entire city was split in two. It looks like it's back on the surface now, fully transformed, with more cars floating in the air than are left on the ground. The brothers desperately try to shield the rebel King from the falling debris, while Abby tells everyone to get ready, because a huge energy bubble is forming in the middle of what's left of the city, which has already been completely annihilated. Por Bio and Lang, they don't stand a chance. The dark zombie stands motionless in the center of the crater, staring down everything around him. Even on the ships, everyone, including the resurrected blonde guy, looks completely horrified. The blonde gay guy mutters that this was the zombie's pattern and that the entire city of Guadaco has been wiped out. Holy crap, it can feel 30 million lives fading away all at once. The news is already broadcasting it. Everyone is trying to process what just happened in the blink of an eye. The masked man crashes to the ground, shielding the human girl, while Aogi and Aishi rush to help, asking what the hell he's doing. The dark zombie turns to them and declares that humans deserve death. Aishi and the masked guy say nothing. The dark zombie asks why he can still feel a human presence. Why haven't they been completely wiped out? The group hides the girl, whispering for her to stay still and not even breathe. Then, Aishi finally says, "Dude, this is insane. You've lost your mind. It's impossible, there are no humans left alive. Maybe what you're sensing is the human scent on me, because I lived among them for a long time." Abi-3 does signal the masked man to get the hell out of there, but before he can, the dark zombie extends his arm and demands an explanation. Holy crap. A grabs him by the neck, pulling him close and ordering him to explain why he's been spending time with humans. Aishi asks if they aren't brothers, but the dark zombie coldly says, "I will kill you and create zombies who don't care about humans." His brother notes how completely different his personality has become. Why is acting like this? Ivy tries to reason with him, saying he's overacting. There's no way a zombie like him could be tainted by humans. Then it tells him to head southwest. Apparently, there's a city there with 70 million people. 70 million? He's going to annihilate 70 million just to purify himself. And immediately, the dark zombie responds by taking off into the sky. Down below, the masked man releases the rebel leader, who yells that they need to stop him. If their goal of coexistence between humans and zombies is going to work, they can't let this monster do what he's planning. Hi yells, "Are you crazy? How are we supposed to stop that guy? There isn't a single creature in this world that can stand up to someone like him. In half an hour, the entire human race will probably be gone." The rebel girl runs to the cameraman and shouts, "Listen up everyone, go home and hide underground. A terrifying monster is trying to wipe out the entire species, get into a bunker or find a hole, if you don't, humanity is done for." Meanwhile, a kid watching TV tilts his head. What the heck? Why does everyone on TV sound so crazy lately? At that very moment, on a nearby mountain, a guy tells his director that the live stream just hit 100,000 views. The director grins as they film a girl doing a TikTok dance. It cheers her on. Streaming pretty girls really is the secret to getting rich. Then, he throws in an ad, selling a miracle cream. It's not $9.98, not even $2.98. Today, this cream that made this lady glow like a goddess is only 98 cents. And just then, the dark zombie appears. The director turns around. The shockwave from his presence alone sends everyone flying. The poor guy ends up face to face with him. The live stream is still recording as the orange-haired girl stammers, asking who he is and what he wants. He just stares at her, raises his hand, and bam, a single flick of his finger completely vaporizes her. The director is frozen in horror while his friend desperately looks for a place to hide. Bude gets grabbed by the shirt and dragged to the edge of a cliff. The TikTok camera is still recording everything. The dark zombie raises his hand, gathering black energy in his palm. The director trembles, trying to understand what's happening. Meanwhile, back at the zombie's base, someone comments, "That's his power. In theory, that guy is supposed to be the king." On TV, the news anchors are also panicking. No one understands what's going on. It seems to be somewhere in country B, but who is that dark figure? The dark zombie extends his finger and the impact shoots towards a city. In an instant, everyone walking around turns into nothing but ash. Then he clenches his fist. An explosion erupts, powerful enough to rival a nuclear blast. "Hey, zombie, get out of the North Pole already. By the time you're done, half the planet will be gone." The masked man and his allies realize that hiding is no longer an option. The blonde guy tells the Ice Queen that they all must stop him. If not, he'll annihilate every living human. Just then, one of the Ice Queen's subordinates runs in, shouting that someone is wiping out the entire city. And there's no doubt it's the zombie. The blonde man warns that if things continue like this, once he's done with the humans, it'll come for everyone. At that moment, a global broadcast begins to announce that a psychopath is massacring the entire country B, and because of that, this year's summit was officially cancelled and a state of emergency was declared. The entire country was put on level 1 alert. Researchers also reported that the disappearance of an entire city seemed to be related to that guy. Back with the blonde man, the Ice Queen's ally asks why the zombie ate humans so much. Since he's from the past, maybe you know something about it. The queen explains that it's because humans killed his family and all his friends. It's not an unfounded hatred at all. The problem now is that the dark zombie is the one destroying everything. The zombie subordinates are confused and that poor guy filming his TikTok was completely vaporized as the dark zombie launches into the air again. The scientist is in shock and B-Cut says, "At this rate, there's not going to be anything left on Earth. Are you sure you're on our side?" The bald man replies, "Kid, you don't understand anything, but let me explain." It turns on the microphone and says, "Hello, world, allow me to introduce myself. I am an ancient human you've probably heard of, and I'm speaking to you from your future to share some crucial information. First, take a look at this video of the creator destroying all these fleets and cities. It represents the zombies that have been wiping out human civilization for countless generations. Because of him, humanity has never been able to progress. He still lives among you, watching, making sure no human race ever truly prospers. That's why we developed a being capable of fighting him on equal terms. But don't worry, I have already sent countless human embryos and fertilized cells into space so that in a few million years, humanity will re-emerge without the existence of zombies. For the sake of humanity and the future of this planet, everyone should say goodbye to their families and die in peace." The entire population is stunned. Meanwhile, our beloved zombies are sitting keenly up north in the Arctic. Dark Zombie remains motionless, staring blankly as TV anchors report that the statistics are still incomplete, but it seems countless cities have already been completely wiped out. Looting and violent incidents are breaking out all over the world and society is collapsing. Holy cow, people still have time to fight each other in the middle of this. The police struggle to contain the riots, while presidents tell people not to lose hope, that there's still a chance. But clearly there isn't. The story says some humans refuse to give up. Good for them. Just stay alive until the zombie shows up and leaves the frozen wasteland. A helicopter lands nearby, with Nee getting out, and the soldiers ask where the commander is. She tells them he'll take a little longer to arrive because, apparently, the blonde guy took him out. She orders them to explain the situation. The soldier reports that just ahead is Chi City, which has already been completely annihilated by Dark Zombie. They had sent thousands of troops to try and slow him down, but they still have no idea how things are unfolding. Nye orders them to fall back and let her squad handle it. The soldier insists they wait for the commander, but the blonde guy cuts him off, saying he's wasting everyone's time. Meanwhile, our lovely Lang and Violet finally arrive as well. The soldiers cheer when they realize it's country-ass team. The protocols are activated immediately. Violet sees the Ice Queen and Gladys at her, asking what the hell she's doing there. The queen snaps back, saying she was about to ask the same thing. Why has Violet's leader gone completely insane? Violet says something like, "What the hell are you talking about, crazy?" Butterfly steps in, asking how they know each other. The queen explains that they've had a few minor disputes in the past. At these, the guy in the white helmet gets excited and says, "Hundreds of generals are arriving in addition to the lieutenants. We'll definitely be able to defeat this lunatic." Violet is impressed. Wow, they have over 1,000 generals. This country B is really powerful. However, at that moment, Lambie tells her to shut up and look at that. In front of the fools, all those supposed 1,000 generals and whatnot were already defeated in a pile. The poor guys are all scared as they carry the samurai away. Dark Zombie looks back. The two of them jump as helicopter arrives with even more generals. The guy in the white uniform tells everyone to stay away from this fight if they have a low-ranking general, because they'll take it from here. Ba asks if they're really sure and they says yes. The country's #1 was with them, so they don't have to worry. Besides, their country was supposed to stay out of it and stop causing trouble. However, standing over all the dead bodies, Dark Zombie was just standing there, calm. He gives them all a look, letting out a Joker-like laugh. Meanwhile, the heroes say, "Everyone back. Our specialty is killing monsters." The crowd cheers loudly. Everyone is recording, telling them to kill this guy. On the other hand, Butterfly is scared. She can feel the zombie's aura. The queen's friend is also trembling. And then, Dark Zombie gives a look, expands his aura, and suddenly, the clouds over the entire city turn black. The sea begins to churn and everyone wants to know what's happening. A white whirl appears. Everyone holds on, and wow, the guy has transformed into the hero, pulling out that futuristic armor. Now the albino ant is already scared, not knowing how they'll solve this. However, it tries to cheer on the team, saying, "Don't be afraid. This guy is just bluffing. This transformation is nothing." Violet and Langi try to warn that this transformation is dangerous, but the group of heroes doesn't listen, and they all charge. Albino Ant is about to throw a punch while Dark Zombie just stands there. Suddenly, the guy seems to shatter into glass-like space and in a split second is completely compressed. Everyone attacking starts getting reduced to mangled covers as blood gushes out. The townspeople try to understand what happened. At that moment, the beautiful Kin tells her friend they don't stand a chance, they need to get out of there. Wow. However, the guy opened a wound on her chest. Oh, what a waste, zombie. Dark Zombie doesn't do that, man. The beautiful giant Kin falls to her knees, wanting to know how this happened. Wow. Who did that to Violet? Too few. She managed to activate Ishika's mask and escape the attack, saying there's no way she'd just wait for death. Yeah, but she also took one to the stomach. And the mask broke too, man. At least Langi arrives from above, calling him a bastard, but the guy just creates an aura blast, pushing everyone away. It clears a whole path, wiping the entire city off Google Maps. Langi is all beautiful and wreck against the wall. Meanwhile, at the hero base, the guy with the sack on his head recognizes that this was the king's fourth form. The vampire also realizes the aura is exactly the same. It can only be him. Then the sack, no, not the sack. The guy with the sack on his head says that now that the king is gone, the vampire is in charge. And what are the orders? Hey, a bit confused, says that well, if it really is the king, they have to support him, especially since they follow that guy. Besides, the zombie had already done this whole evaporating the earth thing more than once or twice. The Dragon Ball lizard agrees and the sack guy says okay then. However, at that moment, Lang appears saying they don't agree. Did they really think this guy was the king? What kind of stupid joke is that? This guy clearly just took some of his genius and his appearance. They must have forgotten how hard the king worked to create this world in peace. It would never do something as stupid as destroying and killing everyone like that again. The king was someone who sought the truth, a much nobler person than that steel-skinned monster. Lang remembers when they found them, our boy holding a little bird, all gentle-like. Lang is the only one who recognized him. Wow, we're already on the battlefield and the butterfly, who I haven't even seen attacked yet, hasn't done a thing. I wanted to see how strong she is. The girl is already on the ground. Meanwhile, the dark zombie grabs the buff blonde by the head, saying, "Jay, even in my prime state, I would have finished everyone here. This is boring, I feel like I'm bullying children. Well, you all stay here and train. I'll be back after I've evaporated all the humans in the city." Everyone hears this and the dark zombie immediately leaves. Ni apologizes, saying he couldn't do anything, while Violet says, "It's impossible. There was no way they could win. No one could withstand a single attack. Phew, the king is recovering, guys. You can relax. We're back in Antarctica." The little hero is her calm when something flickers, but that's when a message through a SpaceX satellite starts telling all viewers that the world is going through an unprecedented crisis. In half an hour, thousands of cities had already been destroyed and the next target was city number 3 on the northern parallel. Actually, number 30, a city that's in H City, which is our hero zombie city, and the dark zombie has just landed there. Lang immediately appears, telling the vampire, "Dude, are you really going to let this guy destroy the king's entire city? If you don't do it, we will." The one who's trembling says, "HM, they're a little crazy." And the vampire says, "It's fine. They'll soon understand what's going to happen because they're too young." Meanwhile, that giant is already transformed, casting a shadow over the entire continent. As the message continues, half of the world's population has already been wiped out. This is the most serious disaster humanity has ever faced. Meanwhile, observing the city, the dark zombie finds it interesting that humans and zombies live together. Then, Lang appears and asks, "King, did you forget about us?" The dark zombie, confused, asks, "Who are you? I don't even know you." As Violet tries to get up, the country's president tries to inform all of humanity that as long as they can hold on to the light of victory, they will not be exterminated. One of the refugees tells them to take a look, and then Lang charges at the dark zombie, but they just expands his aura and the guy gets knocked down. At the same time, something lands on top of another building and Diaz arrive, military uniform and all. The president is saying that in the face of disaster, everyone is equal. They didn't have time to mourn those who died. All they had to do now was not lose hope that they could survive this. Lang was thrown and the little hero caught him from behind while something hit the giant's face. The poor guy fell and probably killed about 30 million citizens. Truly useless. But then the dark zombie starts walking, saying that the guy is really interesting. Lang calls out to His Majesty, and the king just tells him to evacuate everyone from this city and get out of there, because he was going to take care of this. He immediately charges and the dark zombie is there laughing, saying it's interesting that he has arrived. Now it was time for him to eliminate the entire city. The vampire is a little confused because they both have the same genus. So what were they going to do? The original Truman just tells him to evacuate the entire population, so the vampire leaves while the Dragon Ball guy wants to know who they're going to listen to. It just tells them to evacuate the country anyway because it seems the real one has arrived. Meanwhile, the dark zombie continues to laugh as helicopters film the whole event. In a split second, it jumps off the giant's forehead where he was standing and punches him. An explosion happens and everyone is scared, but when they stop to look, the dark zombie is there, still, not moving a muscle, blocking the punch. The girl trembles. The dark zombie is confused, with his hand on his face and driven into the ground. At the same time, he was launched far away, tumbling through a building and out the other side. Everyone was watching this. The guy hit his head on the street, ending up face down. Wow. A total Dragon Ball seconds. Before it could fall, the little hero approached again. In mid-air, he clenches his fist, punches him in the chest, and he's already on his second form. Laughing like a maniac, the guy blasts off Team Rocket style. Then he poses stylishly while the guy is in outer space laughing, saying things just got interesting. It felt like fighting himself. Yep, that's pretty much what's happening. In the city, everyone wants to know who that guy in the uniform is. While the little guy is on the ground laughing, his team is evacuating everyone from the city. Just then, one of the guys points out that he remembers now. That guy was the former president of Country A's bodyguard. The people in the helicopter keep saying it looks like a fight between monsters has started. At that moment, from high up in outer space, the dark zombie comes down like a comet. However, the little guy runs towards him. The guy comes in, burning through the atmosphere, and our boy meets him in midair. They both stare each other down. It's straight up Dragon Ball with an honest-to-goodness exchange of punches to the face. They're both pushed back while the entire population watches, confused. The dark zombie readies another attack. Our little guy counters, and now it's blow for blow. The L blast. Wah, half the city disappears with that. Buildings flying everywhere, even the zombie gets sent flying. The population is in disbelief that the whole place is being leveled. Meanwhile, the samurai are like, you know, in this demon fight, how are they supposed to get involved? At that point, the samurai says that Iceland looks really suspicious and maybe they should attack it. Violet stands up, saying she understands. While the scientists are celebrating, saying, finish that bastard off. More people recognize the little guy as the one who was the bodyguard, and in the blink of an eye, it looks like the whole place has vanished. Where are the two of them? In the middle of it all, our boy had advanced once again. Whoa. He looks a little worn out, oh, wow. And where's the long hair, dude? To be honest, he looks way more stylish shirtless with long hair like a real Super Saiyan Goku. On the other hand, the dark zombie is missing half of his torso. And now the population is celebrating because, man, this population, the poor things, half of them get caught up in the fight. They're all cheering, go zombie, you're our hero, finish him. And then the little guy asks, you said you're like me. To me, you're still an amateur. Just then, a purple energy ball comes at him, but smacks it upward, creating an atomic explosion. Whoa, everyone is left wondering if that really happened. And behind the little guy is just Oppenheimer. The dark zombie charges forward once more, suddenly, missing with 5 mid-air explosions, leaps at the guy, who manages to intercept him with a single punch right to the mouth. The dark zombie looks like he's about to clock him in the jaw, but our boy dodges and gives him a straight-up punch combo. Just then, the guy comes at him with one finger against his fist. The little guy releases something and the guy is holding his hand there, creating a yellow triangle. The one, the only, the original starts to disappear and now he's the one who got his entire torso, head, and cerebellum disintegrated, everything. The dark zombie continues to use something with that yellow hand of his. The scientists are celebrating and another explosion tears across the continent, cutting through space. In front of the dark zombie, only the crowd of everything that was destroyed remains. Everyone is wondering if the guy who was fighting has been disintegrated, while the scientists celebrate, saying it's a good thing the zombie couldn't advance to the next form. However, the lad scientist tells them to look at the air and zoom in 1000 times to see those tiny particles. The people, on the other hand, are already falling into despair, as the fusion particles and cells begin to reconstruct themselves. A skeletal arm appears. Energy flows around it. And just like that, the little guy is back. Wah! In this creepy version, the scientist is there screaming in despair while our little guy looks like the colossal titan. I don't know how the guys in the helicopter are still managing to record everything. Oh, wow, and the little guy continues hairy colossal titan transformation. The dark zombie is just watching this. And now the little guy is showing some skin. The scientists are wondering how it's possible for something to regenerate like that while he's almost complete, just missing half his face. At that moment, people recognize him as the person from that ancient video. Oh, right, someone had shared a video with all of humanity showing the person who destroyed everything, and there he is, the being who had wiped out past civilizations. At that point, everyone loses hope. On both sides, the most powerful being was someone who would end them all. At that moment, Violet and Langi realize that our boy has been completely exposed. And based on what the minister said, something is wrong with that island. It's probably the person who created that machine. Just then the protagonist comes face to face with the enemy and instantly charges at him. Before the dark zombie can react, it ducks down and lands a massive blow to its stomach. It creates a fiery explosion. A laser shoots up into the sky. The zombie is sent flying again, but this time he ends up on the moon, hits Mars, I don't even know. It flies past Mars's moon and ends up on Saturn. Oli, how many planets is he going to fly by? And how is the protagonist even seeing all this? And somehow the zombie went after him, found him on the other side, and punched him in the face again. The poor guy is just bouncing off planets I don't even recognize. Meanwhile, back on the ground, Butterfly says they need to get out of there as fast as possible. At this rate, they would all die there. The protagonist, however, sees the dark zombie flying towards another planet. It made a turn, but our boy cut him off halfway. Now is Hust floating in the middle of outer space, looking around and trying to find the guy. Suddenly, the dark zombie lands back on Earth, right where it all started. In an instant, the zombie is face to face with him again. But then, the dark zombie slams him into the ground, and the army that was previously dead seems to be resurrected, glowing red, as if they were some kind of zombies. Nia notices this while the other survivors start to hide. Just then, the zombie stretches its arm to the side, and over in the destroyed cities, the cells of those who were completely evaporated begin to reform into some kind of half-zombie humans. 2. Its little army is forming while the population looks on in shock, wondering if everyone on the planet is going to turn into a zombie. The two continue to stare each other down, and just then, Violet glances back and sees the protagonist surrounded by a green aura. The crazy zombie not only turned everyone into zombies, but is also making everyone take on Ichigo's mask. Poor Langi and Violet are in shock that everyone now has the same ability as them. The protagonist just points his finger, and with that, his troops advance along with the dark zombie's troops, and the honest exchange of blows begins between the resurrected armies. The dark zombie seems to smile and says things just got interesting, advancing towards the protagonist for another honest exchange of punches. Once again, part of the city is wiped out, and I have no idea how any buildings are still standing. Lanji and Violet know that if a winner isn't decided soon, everyone will disappear along with the world. Clearly, the planet wasn't prepared for two individuals like this to exist. Some ships approach the scientists island, who are in shock, saying that the zombie needs to die soon or they'll all be captured. However, the white-haired scientist says it's better for them to retreat. At the same time, the samurai is already there, killing some of the zombies that were on the island. While the scientists burn all their papers, they get into a helicopter to try and escape with what's left. At that same moment, the head scientist is already in the helicopter, telling the pilot they need to take off. The pilot says he's trying, but they aren't going anywhere. That's because Lang is holding onto the landing gear from below. Wow! He slams it to the ground, and everything explodes. Just then, the tough guy arrives. Violet immediately grabs the damn bald scientist, asking if he's the damn elder. She thought it would be someone more impressive, not an idiot like him who created that monster. Meanwhile, the protagonist and the monster continue to stare each other down. She's telling him to stop that thing, but he explains that there's nothing that can stop a zombie like that. At this, Lanji tells Violet to let him go, saying she has a way to make the guy talk. The scientist is in shock as she approaches, and honestly, I'm a little scared, too. What is she going to do? Oh, she used that attack that invades the body cells, and suddenly he is surrounded by the green aura. Violet is impressed that she can do that. Langi explains that it can't hold on for much longer. The scientist was surprised to see the bald guy talking. Inside the box, there's a nanobot that would make all the zombie hennes in that crater disappear. Obviously, this way, it would soon be destroyed. In an instant, Violet finds the button and says this must be it, and that she's going to press it. I'm thinking it's a trap. The guy is there screaming, telling her not to do it, while Violet, now out of nowhere, instead of pressing it says she's admiring this research. The two of them continue to stare at each other while the fight rages on in the skies. The protagonist is right there, in front of the fight, when at that moment the button is pressed. At that moment, the dark zombie is saying, "So this is the feeling of overpowering everyone. I get it now, but nothing happened." Violet wonders why and the scientist says there's something confusing about the physical body and the zombie hennes. That container shouldn't exist. The dark zombie replies that it seems the spectators want to mess with him. Until now, the bald scientist has been pressing the button, saying that something is wrong. His nanobots were made perfectly. What isn't working? Suddenly, the armor starts to crack and an explosion of lightning erupts, while Violet demands they explain why the darn thing is able to live without the mechanical body. And, man, the smoke billows out to the other side. There's also a hairy guy and the population is watching. The guy is muscular. Wah! The guy also entered his final form, mechanical zombie robot in its 5th transformation. Now it really looks like a billion. Looks like a relative of Nee's, she's there watching. You don't know why the story focuses so much on this knee and this butterfly. It'll probably be something important in the next few chapters. And the problem is that now everyone knows that, even without the container, S survived. And everyone is wondering the same thing. What will be left of the planet now that this guy has leveled it up and they'll have to face him again? Violet says this is just too much, while the tough guy is standing there with his power-up aura, looking like a hardcore martial arts master. Is got style. Then he says he's finally reached his true form and asks who wants to play. Are we going to see a new zombie form today? Has Chusta standing there, waiting to see what the guy will do. Ni and the friends who were trying to escape are all there, out in the open, not knowing what to do. Meanwhile, the bleached zombies advance in their final form. However, the dark zombie, who now looks more like a light zombie, just laughs. They are all disintegrated and the remaining particles are disintegrated too. Wow! The guy is super powerful now. And at that moment, the guy with the sack on his head is there saying something is wrong. The energy was perfectly identical to the boss's. The vampire says, "Boss, you have to stop fighting at this rate or everyone on the planet will die." But there's not much he can do. If he stops, the guy will just keep going. The zombie is just stretching his hand out towards the guy, but suddenly it runs it over his face and laughs. Wah! Another transformation is coming, his face starts turning red. Out of nowhere, a tornado appears in the sky and energy shoots up towards the planet. Wow! The entire planet, oh my god! The whole planet turned red. Holy cow! What's happening? An energy comes from the planet connecting to the sun is also red, although it's already kind of red and yellow. Boom! Now the protagonist has white hair. Man, now the protagonist has become a tough guy. Wow! Meanwhile, the dark zombie is in shock, saying he doesn't remember having this transformation, while the protagonist flies there in that aura formation. Everyone is shocked, saying they won't be saved. The citizens are confused, and even the dark zombie tells him to explain himself. If you want me to disappear, you'll have to give me a reason for this so-called evolution. The protagonist then says, after destroying all those planets and civilizations, I conducted my own research. The dark zombie says he understands. Now that was his true form, alright. But he still feels he can't take him on. However, the protagonist simply says no, he couldn't. In a split second, the dark zombie charges at him. He moves forward smiling, but the protagonist is just standing there watching him. In an instant, he seems to be hit by something and appears at the top of the planet, floating. Wow, as being taken further and further away. What is this? Wait, I don't get it. Is the protagonist holding the planet? Holy cow. Everyone is distorted as he grabs the planet, closing it in his hand. I didn't get what happened. In a split second, everyone is on the ground trying to figure out what happened. They're all dizzy. The smoke starts to clear and the protagonist is grabbing the dark zombie by the neck. The girls don't understand what happened in an instant, and the crazy guy is there with half his torso missing, but he's smiling, saying it was impressive. Somehow, these reporters and the two of them are still alive, watching everything. As Violet says, it seemed like for a second he was controlling space itself. Elangi agrees, it looked like the whole earth was crushed or something. At that moment, however, the dark zombie says that, honestly, I can feel. The zombie still had a hatred for humans deep in his heart. At this, the MC asks if he was really never being controlled and the dark zombie says that's right. He could have lived a peaceful life in that body if had wanted to, so why was it handed over to someone else? He existed in his body perfectly and never thought of separating. However, he passed his genes to a female like Dawn, so he already expected something like this would happen one day. Because the zombie did this, he allowed weak humans to gain unimaginable power. Then it was Violet, then it was Langi. All of this had been with the zombie's permission. He knows the nature of humans very well and knew that a power struggle would definitely begin. It was through the genes he gave that scientists gained access to his power. In other words, without the zombie's permission, none of this would have ever happened. After all, A is nothing more than a genetic strand of his body's information. The moment he gained his own independence, the first thing he did was follow his role. And now, what does he think of this world he created that is completely ruined? He knows that deep in his heart, it's the zombie who wanted to evaporate all of civilization. He is still hiding this hatred for humans and this was made clear through the desires he feels. The girl is a little confused, with everyone failing to understand anything. The zombie, however, asks if the guy is finished and he says no. Now that he had already killed billions of humans and half of humanity had been evaporated, does he really think it was possible to save this world and make people love him forever? Everyone on this planet would fear him. They would pretend to like him, but behind his back, they would be terrified. Maybe it was the perfect time for him to finish the job and kill everyone on the planet. The MC replies that he'll deny that request. The guy laughs and asks what he'll do then. Countless people have already died. Does he think he'll bring everyone back as zombies? But to this, the MC says he'll bring everyone back to life. The dark zombie is standing there, somewhat confused, but then the MC tears open his own chest. It pulls out his heart. Everyone is startled. It throws it up. The thing explodes as it crushes it and with that, it begins to spread all over the planet. Apparently, the particles are enough to reconstruct everyone who had been completely evaporated. The little streamer is starting to reconstitute. No. She came back with clothes and everything. How does that even work? Everyone is in shock trying to understand what's happening. It keeps raining those red droplets from the MC's heart and everyone keeps reappearing. The scientists are there confused, wanting to know if something like that is even possible. At this, the MC just looks at the dark zombie and asks him what he thinks of this. The poor guy starts to disappear, laughing, saying that he gives up. The human turns into a small strand of DNA as our guy thinks that he can rest now. At that moment, the samurai appear and Violet tells them to keep an eye on Dr. Jupmin as they head to the front lines. And with that, what everyone originally thought was some kind of conspiracy by Jamin turned out to be something else entirely. The reality is that the zombie still hated humanity and any clone of his carried a type of gen that wanted to wipe everyone out. In the end, that guy was right, he was the one who wanted to destroy all of humanity. To escape this loneliness, the moment he reached the sixth form and destroyed his heart to save everyone, he also lost his own entity. Did he disappear? Man, what is this? The name of the series is Mr. Zombie. It can't just disappear like that. 2 hours later, they arrive and find the MC standing still in Form 1, all cute and cuddly. However, they're wondering why he's not moving and if he's dead. Just then, he moves a little and she freaks out, saying, "Zombie, are you okay? What happened now that you don't have a heart? Did you turn into a regular zombie?" However, the guy shows them his chest, revealing that his heart grew back in a flash. It totally had them folded into thinking he was going to die. And now they're just standing there like a couple of dorks. They start chewing him out, telling him to just finish the fight as fast as possible, next time and not put them through all that drama. Our protagonist, however, wants to figure out what this thing on his hand is. Violet seems to recognize it as that nanotechnology. Ozie, on the other hand, notices that whatever it is, it seems to have taken a real liking to him and now says he's just going to keep it. Who knows, maybe something interesting will happen down the line. And just like that, the world entered another brief period of peace. With the zombies' identities completely out in the open, all of humanity would have to adjust. After that huge battle, our protagonist, the stubborn general, is still just hanging out on top of the building. The president is on a plane heading back to city. Violet approaches him, having been summoned. The president wants to know where our guy is, but his close friend can't tell him. He hasn't been back since that incident. The president knows that after everything that went down, things have gotten chaotic. Everything could turn dangerous in a matter of seconds, and society itself could collapse because of that battle. Meanwhile, locked up in a van, Professor Fiz's assistant asks him to take a look outside. A massive protest is underway, and to those people, that crazy professor is the real savior of humanity. They're all shouting that he's innocent. They want him set free, claiming he's humanity's last hope. Unexpectedly, the hero has become the villain, and the villain has become the hero, which makes the professor pretty happy now that he's seen as humanity's champion. Just like the zombie hens predicted, even though he saved the world, humans are ungrateful. In fact, now they're even more afraid of him. So many angry people don't even have the courage to speak up. But there are also those who believe our zombie is a messenger from God, showing the way to evolution. In the middle of all this chaos, our guy is just chilling at home, enjoying his favorite games, until one of his generals shows up with news that the humans are rebelling. Saying Blackie arrive, the protagonist wants to know if something serious is going on. Blackie explains that 2 of his subordinates are there to speak with him. The 2 low-class zombies are welcomed in, though they look pretty uncomfortable, immediately chugging the tea they were offered. After that, our guy steps in to talk to them and recognizes them from earlier chapters, asking why they came looking for him. The 2 side characters just look at each other silently. Now that they're face to face with the king, they immediately ask for his blessing. Country B and Country A have signed a zombie management pact, turning the moon into a high-tech prison. The reason is clear for both sides, to contain our protagonist. An agency was created specifically for this, with full authority to make the pact a reality and execute their plans. Soon enough, several warplanes start flying over the protagonist's city. Down below, troops are taking positions all over the place. A zombie officer noticed the humans approaching. Humanity's strongest warriors are gathering on the other side. Because of fear and discrimination, all the sentient zombies have been forced into that city, though luckily for them, they're protected by the king. One of the side characters says that while he's grilling some skewers on the roof, it feels like they're living peacefully among humans. One of them is hanging up laundry, grateful that I managed to rent that rooftop. It didn't want his boss to have to sleep under a bridge, that would have been way too embarrassing. The older sister knows that humans are afraid of zombies, but there's nothing they can do about our protagonist. They should have listened to her earlier. That's when one of the zombies says something is going on. A lot of humans are gathering to attack. Their mission is clear: capture our protagonist. After looking through his binoculars, the older sister comes to the obvious conclusion. Those people are idiots. Meanwhile, in the same city, Violet is already on the move. Using her agility, she leaps across the buildings, heading straight for the center of the conflict. As she zips through the city, destruction is visible everywhere. And something comes straight for her face. It looks like an attack. A massive explosion happened right after that, and the one behind it was Dawn. Armed with her machine gun, she demanded to know why Violet brought so many people to that place. While the girl with mannequin legs kept dodging, Dawn asked if she even knew who was responsible for saving the planet, but our friend didn't answer. Instead, she chose violence. After landing several hits on Dawn, she said it was all for the survival of humanity and that she had no time to waste. Dawn's arms started to regenerate and she got ready to dish out more violence. Although she didn't expect others to show up, the impact of their arrival on top of that building was brutal. They were our protagonist's subordinates. That sudden intervention left Dawn completely confused. All the other powerful humans were there too, asking her to calm down so no one else would get hurt. Several of our protagonist's subordinates seemed to be getting captured. Using his communicator, Langi informed his superiors that phase 1 was complete. Having been imprisoned, Langi asked how these people dared to betray their king. Elsewhere, Blackie appeared. He knows the world is always on the brink of another war. Only through cooperation can they fulfill the king's wishes. Back in his apartment, our protagonist was struggling with his favorite games. He had no idea how he'd ended up in this situation and thought about starting everything from scratch. Many months before the pact between the two nations was made, a meeting was held. Everyone had to memorize their roles. Violet would appear in the city center, Lion would come next, and after that, she would be intercepted by Dawn, who would then be contained by Blackie and the others. Every line of that plan had to be memorized perfectly. Meanwhile, they were testing the efficiency of the Supreme Prison. Our protagonist was about to unleash an incredibly destructive blow. He threw his punches with nuclear-level force, leaving all the extras absolutely terrified. The shockwave from his power ended up destroying part of the room. Violet, along with her beautiful twin assets, couldn't withstand that pressure. After the catastrophe, she could barely believe her eyes. Our protagonist had destroyed everything with a single punch, leaving everyone speechless once again. And as if that wasn't enough, it went on to cause destruction on a planetary scale. Our protagonist was amazed by this technology. It seemed that humanity had completely absorbed the nanotechnology of the lost civilization. Perhaps this was the first step for humanity to stop fearing him. But those who had witnessed his power again disagreed. Violet started yelling at him furiously, saying that no defense could withstand that. That's when the samurai said there was no point in trying to eliminate fear. If that footage ever got out to the public, people would be even more terrified. Someone then mentioned that they would need a thicker material and that the moon would be the perfect source of raw material. That was the only way humans could change their perception of zombies. Looking at the king's subordinates, Violet realized that the task ahead of her would be extremely difficult. On the day of the zombie management operation, Violet gave a special statement announcing the mission's success. A device had been developed, designed specifically to contain our protagonist. Using the knowledge of the ancient civilization, they confirmed the material was indestructible, marking the first step towards coexistence between the two species. Our protagonist watched his generals closely as they put on the whole performance. He was deeply impressed by their talent. It all seemed so real. Now had a bunch of books to read. This was the beginning of our protagonist's grand plan to change his public image in the eyes of humanity. All he needs to do is gather the necessary items for his personal growth and finally go to prison. A proud extra said that the people of the country are cowardly and weak, even though they already have powerful technology. Now that our protagonist's subordinates have betrayed him, he no longer wants humans and zombies to coexist. Unfortunately, he died too early in the last great battle and ended up missing the key points of that story arc. Our guy's disobedient general is still being punished, wishing he could get out of that place as soon as possible. That's when he noticed something happening on top of the building. That arrogant extra wanted to take advantage of the situation to eliminate all those threats once and for all, and decided to shoot at the general. The bullet caused massive destruction to the building, accidentally freeing our protagonist, the general, who immediately dropped down and started apologizing, saying he'd done nothing to deserve being set free. That's when he noticed Blackie was gone. Elsewhere in the city, Blackie was explaining that the zombies would now cooperate with humans and take their litter to prison. The poor guy who was locked up was furious, thinking our protagonist had been betrayed. Violet also wanted to know who the idiot was that opened fire, since they had reached an agreement on everything that was supposed to happen. Dawn quickly reminded her that the camera was still rolling, so Violet tried to cover it up by saying she was talking about the peace treaty between the two countries. Near our protagonist's feet, a few stones fell. He looked closely at the huge hole that had been blown in his wall. He managed to catch the projectile with his bare hand, which was insane, considering just few frames ago it had torn through the building. For our protagonist, however, it was just a minor setback. He believed everything would turn out fine, but before he could finish speaking, someone blew up the plane flying over the city. It was his stubborn general, now completely enraged. As soon as our guy saw what happened, he was visibly annoyed because now, once again, a zombie was attacking humans. Blackie immediately recognized that attack pattern. Only one person could have done it, Behrman the fool. They saw someone get thrown from a distance right at them. It was that same arrogant extra, now lying on the ground completely knocked out. Since no one knew why Behrman was doing all this, Blackie decided to observe a little longer. Our protagonist remembered that his general had been hanging there the whole time and didn't know about the plan they were trying to pull off. With his dog-like loyalty, Behrman couldn't accept that his litter had been betrayed, even after cooperating with the humans, and now he was determined to wipe them all out. That's when our protagonist's friends realized he was completely out of control. In a matter of seconds, the poor guy caused massive destruction, and the team that was supposed to take our protagonist to prison started falling from the sky. He needed to act fast before things got worse. Now caught up in all that excitement, I ended up feeling a little thrilled. Poor Behrman got a smack on the head, a blow far worse than all the damage it caused. The shockwave spread even more destruction across the city, and in the middle of it was our protagonist, but now he was in his black-haired, gray-skinned form. The women who saw the transformation up close were terrified. Our guy asked what they were looking at. It was time for them to try and capture him. After all that chaos, our protagonist finally surrendered. Just like that, he was already being sent to the moon. That day would go down in the history of civilization. Reporters from all over were eager to cover what would happen next. They wanted to know if the law could regulate this new situation. Blackie announced that they had chosen to side with humanity and that, from now on, zombies will have to follow the law. Everyone will be able to keep an eye on our protagonist, as peace is a dream shared by all. Right after that, he left the press conference, leaving the reporters buzzing with anticipation. Inside that place is our protagonist, now accompanied by his most loyal subordinates. They're apologizing for what they just did. Since there were a lot of people outside, they ended up acting a little rough with him, but for our guy, all is forgiven. In fact, has completely into the act and asks if he looked helpless and friendly. Showing them the footage of what happened, Down disagrees with the helpless part. Honestly, our guy is the very embodiment of violence. He had thrown himself on the ground earlier, acting like he wanted to know what would happen next, basically daring the humans to capture him. Naturally, they were terrified by that. Dawn said they were lucky they weren't annihilated on the spot, and she wanted to know if he really thought people would buy the story that he'd been captured. Our protagonist apologized, saying there had been a few incidents that day, and they just hoped they weren't too serious. Violet pointed out that everyone already knows how strong he is, exerting an immense pressure on everyone around him. That whole act was just to hand out a little moral bread to the extras. At least, phase 1 is complete. Now they have to continue things on the moon. Everyone is already prepared and they're about to start filming a zombie reality show that broadcasts our protagonist's daily life to the world. Blackie has a list of everyone who will help, since the whole plan has been carefully crafted. There's a large team working behind the scenes. Our guy's only concern was that there might be haters online, but Blackie has already taken care of that. He has professionals for that sort of thing, people whose job it is to make those overly brave keyboard warriors disappear. He was immediately scolded by another general who told him to stop making that loan shark face. Meanwhile, Violet seemed kinda pleased with her new assignment. She's been put in charge of monitoring our protagonist, which means she'll be staying in prison with him. Our guy hopes she does her job well. The woman believes that once people get to know him, they'll realize he's just like everyone else. She barely had time to finish her sentence before our protagonist grabbed her by the arm, ready to head to the moon. All it took was a single jump. It completely ignored the friction that could have easily killed Violet on the way. Our guy landed safely on the lunar surface to Violet's complete astonishment. Aben managed to bring his luggage with him and seemed genuinely excited to have arrived at his new home. Since the ancient humans were wiped out long ago, it's been centuries since he's seen anything like it and he almost felt nostalgic. Before him stood a massive moon base. Then he noticed Violet signaling for him to hurry up. After all, she couldn't communicate very well in space. She then placed a pair of headphones on his head and, filled with rage, asked why that savage had jumped all the way to the moon like that, when they had literally prepared a spaceship for it. Embarrassed, our guy said that if she wanted to use the ship, it could just take her back. That immediately terrified Violet. She was now convinced that this Moran could accidentally kill her at any moment. Once their argument was over, she told him that the others were already on their way, the rest of his cellmates. As the ship approached, Violet explained that they were all very friendly and had great communication skills. Inside a high-tech facility, the bureaucrats already know that our guy has entered the prison. It's time to activate the defense systems now that they can contain the zombie. Powerful figures are deeply interested in this. The bald man from the ancient civilization doesn't believe our guy can be stopped. Humanity must have gone crazy. A wall 1,000 kilometers thick could only hold him for a little over 9 hours. That's all data, he's definitely stronger now. That's when the president revealed that he never intended to control him. In fact, the moon prison was our own protagonist's idea. Hearing that left the bald man from the ancient civilization completely confused. The president explained that they have been improving their technology. Soon they'll be able to travel through space and colonize new planets. If our guy ever loses control, the moon prison will buy them time. Another bureaucrat said he doesn't want to see the protagonist ever again. He wants to colonize the stars and leave that monster in the past. That made the bald man smile, saying that they thought the same way in the past and it led to their destruction. Those words made everyone pay attention. We now cut to a flashback. A little boy asked his mother what they were doing. She explained that humanity was looking for a new home. Those ships could reach the edge of the galaxy. Everyone was happy, believing they had finally left that cursed place, leaving the monster behind. But to their horror, the ships were suddenly attacked. They had no idea what was happening, and countless human lives were lost. A huge crystal sphere began to cover the entire solar system, and one by one, all the arcs were destroyed. Then something even more shocking happened. There was someone standing at the edge of the solar system, the one responsible for stopping their escape. The bald man said they lost everything in the blink of an eye. The last message they received said that the celestial prison remained intact. The Unclenons who tried to flee were purified. Meanwhile, back on Earth, someone was far from pleased. Two finely drowned women were paging their respects to the so-called divine messenger, and this new character seems to be the same one who stopped humanity's escape from the solar system. He was told that our protagonist had left the planet, and they also knew about the companion he left behind, the one who's been with him for thousands of years. That unfortunate woman is the queen of the vampires, who had also been captured. She didn't like being called a companion, and she had no time for such nonsense. She quickly broke free from her stone prison. The new man called her an inferior being, which made the king tense. Since they'd been apart for so long, that insult triggered something in her, and a hellish portal opened beneath her feet. The man with the glasses watched closely. The king tried to attack but had to stop mid-strike. She seemed injured and was coughing up blood. Finally, the man stood up. Even if that woman thought herself a deity, she should respect divine messengers. Now, this self-proclaimed messenger of God took the queen for a little walk. Two didn't even bother to give her any clothes. In front of them was the Human Academy. The woman explained that she had been told the truth about that place. The queen said, "If you were looking for our protagonist, there must be clothes ahead." The humans had managed to master the combat skills of the ancient civilization, so it should proceed with caution. But this so-called messenger of God, gaze. He's got the face of a demon. After hearing her warning, he entered the academy where he was immediately attacked by the locals. One of them fired multiple projectiles at him, and he was soon surrounded by waves of powerful assaults. A brutal surge of energy rushed toward him, but the messenger didn't even flinch. These people had no idea who they were up against. At that very moment, several slashes began to land. The unmasked samurai decided to join the fight too, but in reality, he was somewhere else entirely, using his techniques to slice up some sashimi. Meanwhile, the humans were celebrating our protagonist's departure from Earth. The unmasked samurai took it as the perfect opportunity to stuff his face. One poor guy seemed a little down about it. He knew that our protagonist had contributed a lot to humanity's progress. Those people also knew he didn't pose a real threat to them. Still, some were relieved that he was gone. Being near him was terrifying. All they could do now was trust that the president's plan would actually work. But all that celebrating was cut short when a huge cloud of smoke appeared. Sensing the danger, one of the hunters went to draw his weapon, only for a mysterious hand to land on the barrel, shattering it with a single snap. It was the messenger of God who had just crashed at the party. He seemed surprised that these were the most powerful humans on Earth, since they were all so weak. The unmasked samurai tried to hit him from behind, but all he managed to do was annoy him. The messenger threw him far away with a single attack, leaving the poor guy standing there, completely paralyzed with fear. The whole party was destroyed. People were sinking into what looked like a lake forming under the ground, and the decorative balloons were catching fire one by one. The poor survivor was trapped in a horrible illusion, convinced they had fallen into hell. The captain, who had been knocked down, managed to get back up, saying, "Humanity should never be underestimated." Then he started transforming into Godzilla. Once the transformation was complete, his firepower had multiplied. That was the power of the ancient civilization's nanotechnology. The captain was ready to unleash some high-quality violence. Through the smoke, another massive hand appeared. A metallic, tiger-like creature was ready to fight, charging up energy in its mouth. The messenger of God watched it all, commenting that after all these centuries, humanity still hadn't changed. The unmasked samurai wanted to know why his ally had already mastered nanotechnology. He wanted some of that power for himself. Then, Captain Godzilla fired his attack, and the metal tiger prepared to fire as well. But the messenger didn't look the least bit intimidated. He blocked them both effortlessly, summoning a giant hand from the ground that grabbed the metallic tiger, crushing its arm to pieces. It seemed like everyone had been defeated by him. Not even the captain could move anymore. The messenger commented that 1,000 years ago, humans had to rely on spaceships for attacks like these. His secretary added that civilization had evolved and now focused on individual combat power. But to him, it made no difference. For inferior beings, being wiped out by zombies is only natural. Unsure of who these new characters were, the man in the bandana nervously asked about their identities, realizing they seemed to know our protagonist. The messenger replied that his race had made a great sacrifice to contain that being, and that their mission was to eradicate that demon once and for all. Before he could finish his speech, his secretary informed him that the human had escaped. That immediately caught the messenger's attention. Sure enough, the captain, who only had one arm left, was gone. He needed to warn the others about what had happened there, but the messenger declared that none of them would escape his grasp. His evolutionary path was far beyond that of humanity. A massive hand appeared, grabbing the captain and violently slamming him into the ground outside. Then, after that final display of dominance, the messenger of God dispersed his power. He wanted to know if these inferior beings had any information about our protagonist. He had only come there on a tip from the vampire king. She already knew that humans were weak, but she hadn't realized they had become so pathetic. She wanted to escape during the chaos, but she didn't get the chance. So, now she would have to continue cooperating. Finally, the messenger's secretary announced that she had found information about our protagonist. This news excited the king, since she was the one who told them to go there in the first place. The messenger of God asked what it was, and his secretary told him to read it for himself. It turned out to be the script for the reality show that would take place in our boys' prison. They had decided to broadcast it on television, live for the whole world to see. The host told the viewers that this was the best show on the air right now. Over 8,000 criminals had been moved to that prison, and this show would broadcast everything live, revealing the true nature of evil. While the Queen and the messenger secretaries were visibly uncomfortable with the show, they seemed completely focused on it. The host explained that these dangerous inmates would surely clash with our protagonist. Although it was said it could coexist peacefully with humans in the cafeteria, our boy asked for more eggs. He wanted to take the opportunity to relax and get some exercise. The public's reactions to the show were mixed. Some questioned its purpose, while others demanded that our protagonist be permanently banished from Earth. Just those few seconds were enough to infuriate the messenger of God. His secretary informed him that thousands of comments had already been made, tarnishing our boy's reputation. They did it to fight against the so-called enemies of God's tribe, but the messenger was annoyed at being interrupted. He was deep in thought. Watching that broadcast, he grew more and more irritated. Meanwhile, our boy thanked the cafeteria lady, completely oblivious to another inmate nearby who was fuming. Violet was running the entire production of the show, directing everything from behind the scenes. She ordered the cameras to change angles so our protagonist could get his makeup done. The moment he separated from the screen, a team appeared to touch up his look. But the messenger of God remained uneasy. He couldn't believe things were really this peaceful. That existence, someone capable of destroying worlds, caring about human opinions, impossible. A being who reveled in taking lives could never just play along. Perhaps thousands of years of confinement had finally driven him mad. That thought sparked an idea in the messenger's mind. I believe it our protagonist was using this whole setup as an experiment to discover the secret of the human soul, aiming to break the barriers imposed on him so it could continue destroying and exploiting generations. The messenger was terrified of what our protagonist might be capable of. To him, that creature was the true enemy of humanity. Now convinced they had uncovered the truth, the messenger swore he wouldn't let our boy get away so easily. He wanted to send him sincerest thanks. With that, his energy shot up toward the moon. The same inmate sitting near our protagonist suddenly clutched his head in pain. It felt like he was losing control of himself. The other prisoners noticed something was wrong. Meanwhile, our protagonist calmly continued eating his eggs until someone suddenly burst in, interrupting him. Violet immediately focused on the event. A strange man was staring directly into our guy's eyes. With a transformed appearance, he said it had been a long time since their last meeting. Meanwhile, inside the Lanar prison, the reality show was still broadcasting. Our protagonist's generals were watching closely and soon they started celebrating too. The show had been on for 3 days and so far our guy hadn't caused any trouble. Public opinion could finally start to change. Inside the prison, some inmates had to be disciplined. Bile was assigned the task of taking care of it. He was doing everything he could to keep our protagonist calm. That's when a guard came in to report that something was wrong. The messenger of God wanted to know if our guy still remembered them. But all our protagonist wanted right then was to finish his meal. He didn't seem to remember any of those people. At first, the messenger felt insulted, but then he realized it made sense. Deciding to abandon reason, he unleashed his power and increased the muscle mass of that inmate who was now about to hit our protagonist. But the unstoppable force of his punches was easily blocked. Our guy deflected it using nothing but the chopsticks in his hands. Back on Earth, the vampire queen tried to casually sneak away from the situation, while the one-armed captain crawled on the floor to spread the news of what had happened. Inside the prison, alarms started to blare. Unauthorized violence had been detected. The entire facility went into lockdown and self-destruction was scheduled to begin in 3 minutes. Hearing that, the inmates panicked. Countless weapons were suddenly aimed at our protagonist, who was now only defending himself. The messenger couldn't understand why he hadn't started a massacre already. Meanwhile, other prisoners tried to stop the fight, begging everyone involved to back down. With a mocking smile, the messenger asked if our protagonist considered this what he called peaceful coexistence. Those weekends would never understand. They were only capable of feeling fear and soon civilization would crumble again because history always repeats itself. But our protagonist was focused on something else entirely. This was his first fight inside the prison. Violet had instructed him beforehand on how to behave. The main priority was not to damage the moon and to avoid bringing out any of his other personalities. If he had to choose one, it had to be the most human-looking form. And that's exactly what he did. Watching everything unfold on TV, our guy's generals started to panic, thinking it was all over. But in the midst of the chaos, the messenger of God seemed strangely excited. Violet gave the order to cancel the self-destruct, but the system had already detected an extreme threat level and was now acting on its own. The messenger believed our protagonist only knew violence, and was eager to see how weak he had become. But the moment they got close to our guy, everything changed. A wave of dread washed out over him. The presence radiating from our protagonist was overwhelming. The messenger could no longer control the inmate's body. All our protagonist did was place his hand on the man's shoulder, and that alone was enough to completely expel the messenger's presence. Our guy asked if the inmate was back to normal, but what he got in return was a look filled with pure malice. Terrified, the prisoner ran off in a panic. The messenger couldn't believe what had just happened. Our protagonist's mere presence had forced him out of the host's body, and yet, our guy could still feel the enemy nearby like an insect hiding in the dark. Those scare him off completely, and let his aura flare up a little stronger. The messenger felt it instantly. From the Lanar prison, our guy's energy burst outward, and everyone in the messenger's presence felt it too. To protect himself, the messenger raised his hand to the air, but everyone in the room could feel the crushing pressure bearing down on them. Back in the prison, our protagonist quickly returned to normal. Since the system no longer detected any aggression, everything returned to its peaceful state. For our guy, that counted as a win, but for the inmates surrounding him, it was terrifying. As for the messenger of God, he soon realized something. His hand had been injured. Realizing that our protagonist had grown weaker over time, but unable to understand why he hadn't attacked the humans, the messenger came to a new conclusion. He believed our guy was trying to turn those ants into his followers, stealing the divine authority that belonged only to God's messengers, but he wouldn't let that happen. As soon as his army reached that planet, everything would be annihilated, or so he told his secretaries. Now he needed to go to the moon himself to contain our protagonist. The vampire king couldn't believe he had left us like that, which made her feel relieved. It would make her escape much easier. One of the secretaries informed her that the messenger's target was the zombie. The king replied that the attack on the human academy would soon be discovered, and fighting our protagonist's followers wouldn't be easy. Even so, she said that if those women submitted to her, she might be willing to help them. The king was sure of one thing: the lunatic messenger would be humiliated by our protagonist, and she planned to use that moment to gain more followers. The white-haired girl said that those inferior beings would never discover anything, which caught the king's attention. Something strange seemed to be happening with the bodies of all those heroes. One of the messenger's powers was the ability to turn imagination into reality. Until civilization was destroyed, none of them would realize they had been attacked, dying in ignorance. That was the blessing the messenger had granted them. Everyone seemed to be under some kind of mind control. The girl explained that they fought their battles alongside gods born from their own imagination, and she guessed that was how the vampire herself had come to exist. The queen scoffed at that idea. She refused to believe she was created by the imagination of such fools, but the white-haired girl told her she had to believe it. For her race to continue existing, the king had to stay with them. For the greater good, none of those people would leave that place alive. Outside the building, a young woman approached a huge crater in the ground, striking some suggestive poses while being photographed. The man taking the pictures didn't even notice the captain approaching until he grabbed his ankle, terrifying him. Soon everyone realized that part of a body was crawling nearby. They all rushed to the man. The captain said he needed to be taken to the Guangzhou province, to the special agency. In space, someone was reflecting that true power lies in the spirit. Imagination is the spark that makes everything possible. With it, they created countless gods and civilizations and used that same power to imprison the first demons. They conquered the stars, but they never forgot their war against those demons. That was exactly what the messenger of God intended to keep doing. Looking at our protagonist, he was convinced that the so-called peaceful coexistence was nothing but a farce. His subordinate, the messenger named Varro, would not allow that to last. Once again, he used his power to take control of someone, strengthening the body of another inmate. He wanted to expose this weak civilization to what he believed was the protagonist's true nature. At that moment, our guy was just waiting in line for the showers, completely unaware of what was coming. Suddenly, another prisoner, one possessed by the messenger, tried to cut in line, but our guy wasn't having it. A decked the guy and told him to be a little more civilized and follow the prison rules. Defeated, the inmate apologized. The messenger had failed this time, but it was sure it would soon reveal our guy's true identity to the world. For the rest of that week, our protagonist continued his prison routine. He exercised, stayed active, and seemed genuinely happy with his new life. But behind the scenes, the messenger kept trying to sabotage him, taking over more inmates and ordering them to kill our guy. Several of them tried to attack him at once, but they were all blown back by the sheer force of the air displaced by our warrior's sprint. He was just getting some exercise. He also really admitted the quality of the prison's gym equipment. And once again, the messenger tried to take him down, but the rationality of those men made them immediately realize how dangerous this was. They had just seen our guy lift tons of weight as if it were a few ounces. That was way too much for anyone to handle. The messenger tried to push his pawns to attack, but those men had already made up their minds. They weren't going to try anything. For our guy, though, that was just a warm-up. Now, he was ready to start the real training. There was always someone around to train with him, which made him genuinely happy. He thought he was making new friends in this peaceful world, when in reality everyone was terrified of his physical strength. The messenger couldn't understand what was happening anymore. That demon was supposed to have shown his true nature by now. Inside the prison, Violet answered a call from Dawn, who wanted to know if there was anything to worry about, but everything seemed to be fine. Dawn heard that some people were trying to provoke our guy. Still, after observing his behavior, Violet said he was just trying to adapt. At the headquarters, the masked samurai commented that the attack they had witnessed had been very real. Several had gathered in that room, and the poor captain was having his body completely reconstructed. Worried, Lambie asked how the academy's investigation was going, but so far, no one had found a single clue. The victims of the attack were behaving completely normally, which made the situation even stranger. It was already weird enough that they got a visit from the Minister of Intestines. Yes, that was actually his name, the man in charge of the investigation. He reported to superiors that there were no signs of an attack, suggesting they might have overreacted, but as he was giving that report, the vampire king appeared there, completely invisible to everyone. After passing through the minister's body, she had to grab onto the floor to avoid being dragged away by an invisible force. She couldn't understand how no one had seen her. The messenger secretary explained that she had trapped the king inside her Elysian field. No one from the outside could see what was happening, even if she killed innocent people right there. They wondered why the queen was resisting so much, but the king refused to believe she was just a figment of someone's imagination. She had no master. The man with stone arms realized that this inferior being wouldn't listen, so he suggested crushing her to dust. That comment deeply offended the king, and she promised to grind him to dust instead. Meanwhile, someone told the minister to return to the main building. Right after that, the battle between the queen and the brute began. He managed to launch her far into the distance with his punches. When she hit the ground, a massive explosion erupted. The girl with colorful hair thought they were wasting their time there and decided to amplify the illusion's power to cover up everything that was happening. Meanwhile, a fierce battle was unfolding. The king's attacks were completely tearing the academy apart, as she genuinely seemed stronger than that guy. Another secretary said the king had lost her mind and that she would now be shown the true nature of psychic power. The stone, she said, gives birth to molten lava, and now the deities had decided to descend upon this world. After hearing that nonsense, the king realized things had gotten much more complicated. Her opponent had turned into a stone giant that towered higher than the entire city. In space, God's messenger was still furious about what was happening, while someone was trying to take control of the minister's body. The king stood her ground, watching carefully as she faced her new, colossal enemy. While the secretary said that this enormous lump would demonstrate the true power of a god, the queen declared they talked too much and instructed the block of stone to crush its enemy. Their fists collided in midair. The king felt the pressure from that blow. It was capable of devastating everything in its path, and it tore off the king's arm in the process. As she tried to recover, another blow came at her. Finally, the king restored her arm, and this time she chose to dodge the attack. Using the opportunity to climb onto the creator's arm, she quickly made her way toward the monster's head. The messenger secretary tried to stop her, ordering the creator to slam the ground with all its might. After that, numerous spikes sprouted from its back, preventing the king from getting any closer. Her entire body was pierced by the spikes, which spread across a vast expanse of land. The king was gravely injured. Watching from nearly in space, the secretary pointed out that those spikes absorbed divine power until nothing was left, and the king had been trapped by them. Begging for mercy wouldn't change her fate. The secretary swore she would finish her right there. Smiling, the queen vanished. The secretary didn't expect her to disappear so quickly, so her friend warned her to pay attention, but it was too late. Her throat had been slit. The king was furious and wanted to make people feel pain. The secretary clutched her wand, weakened, and collapsed to the ground. The rainbow-haired girl ran to help, saying her friend had been careless. The king felt more confident, realizing that even gods could bleed. At that moment, the rainbow-haired girl began to heal her allies' wounds. After suffering such an injury, the king wondered how a god without a master could be so powerful. There was no time for questions. They had to end the fight quickly. The rainbow-haired girl decided to use the power of imagination to make something real once more. A bell had rung, and time marched on toward eternity. Oh my god, she literally materialized a rabbit. With so many dangerous creatures around, she chose a prey animal. Some people really don't think it looked like a rabbit in the panel, but who knows? Maybe a wolf for just fan service. The secretary ordered the stone mountain to attack once more. From the rocks, a huge hand rose up. People flying in a nearby planet looked out the window, sensing that something terrible was happening below. Meanwhile, the rainbow-haired girl pushed the power of imagination to its limit. A massive energy concentrated in the air, reaching the plane so the passengers could no longer see reality. Everyone was trapped by her jinjutsu. Even the vampire king was having trouble because the summoned creature decided to attack her. But before the king could prepare, her enemy turned invisibly and she was caught by a blow from the stone man so powerful it sent her flying for miles. The rabbit that looks like a wolf continued to charge its power while the gray-haired girl got angrier. The messengers believed they had won the fight. Although they were surprised by the king's resilience, she was revealing herself to be a terrifying enemy. The queen seemed to be knocked out in the middle of the ocean. Having spent so much time on land, she should be much weaker by now. Then the rabbit said it sensed this strange energy sustaining that woman's life. After taking so many hits, a mysterious glow began to appear on the king's body. It was the power of our protagonist inside her. The rabbit warned that if the king managed to use that power, everyone would be dead. Now she rose from the ocean, unleashing a massive bloody storm. The secretaries noticed the rain, and it terrified them because it wasn't water falling from the sky. In the distance, the queen decided she would no longer be oppressed by these low-level side characters. She was at the peak of her power now, and the poor secretaries realized they were about to be completely crushed. The vampires launched nail-shaped blood directly at them. The girls understood they had to act fast to avoid being annihilated, but the attacks came relentlessly. The rabbit-wolf hybrid noticed the king was using all of her divine power. One of the secretaries ordered the stone giant to protect them, and they did everything it could to block the incoming blows, putting his body in front of them. But instead, he chose to counterattack the queen with all his might. Still, she managed to contain that attack while hitting the secretaries at the same time, trying to keep his ladies from being annihilated. The fan service rabbit finally jumped into action. After the massive explosion, the stone man returned to his original form. His entire body had been destroyed. Huge chunks of debris flew toward the city, and, for the love of God, I could have sworn the city was already destroyed. But apparently, that's happening right now because those rocks have to land somewhere. The man who had sworn to defeat the king was now completely exhausted. The rainbow-haired girl tried to use a spell to turn back time, but her power had reached its limit. She could no longer store their bodies. She had used up every last drop of her energy. The creature she had summoned knew that once it disappeared, its remaining energy would return to its source. Once again, the secretaries wondered how the king could be so powerful. The only explanation was desperation. Since she had no master, she had burned through all her energy to destroy the stone man. The queen was pleased with her victory, but her body began to fade away. The rainbow-haired girl sensed someone approaching. When she turned around, she saw a figure glowing against the sunlight, someone approaching at an incredible speed and completely naked. She now knew who was behind all of this, and he was about to show them the warmth of humanity. The girls froze in sheer horror at the scene. The intestine minister almost hit them, but at the last second, the stone man stepped in to block the blow. His spiritual energy was almost depleted, and once that happened, his control over the illusion would also fade. They had to run, but the secretary was furious and ordered the stone man to beat that weirdo to death. Obeying his master's order, he began to strike with all his might, punching the minister over and over again. But the strange man was incredibly resilient. With just a few moves, he managed to immobilize his opponent. To make matters worse, Dawn was already prepared to add some chows to the battlefield, firing a powerful laser right at them and completely destroying the top of the building. Once again, the stone man prevented a total disaster. They were all about to be arrested for endangering innocent lives. The secretors believed this mysterious power must come from ancient technology. That was the only explanation for their defeat after being weakened by the king. As they were talking about it, molecules began to materialize in the air. The queen reappeared. Province C hadn't been destroyed. The messengers couldn't believe it. She didn't have a host, so regeneration should have been impossible. The king ignored their nonsense, saying once again that she didn't need such things. She was the king of empires who had fought against zombies for thousands of years, but she admitted that using their genes was truly fascinating and that it was time to take a little more. Meanwhile, something much worse was happening on the moon. Our protagonist's reality show was still being broadcast and seemed to be a huge hit with the viewers. And on that day, a live variety show was about to begin. The audience had to decide who the most likable participant was. Our protagonist was the first to perform. Outside the prison, the messenger of God was watching everything closely, realizing that our protagonist wanted to become a celebrity. But what really infuriated him was being ignored for so long. He had been taking control of the inmates to attack our guy, who had so far handled all the provocations with ease. He was even progressing through the show stages. The messenger finally decided to handle things personally, sending his power directly toward the prison. Approaching Violeta, our protagonist asked her if his performance was good. She told him he was becoming very popular, and little by little, humanity's perception of him was also improving. The host then announced the start of the second stage. It was time for our protagonist to go back on stage. As soon as he stepped into the spotlight, he felt something different. While he was being introduced to the audience, our guy looked up at the sky. Violeta took that moment to encourage him, telling him that if he did his part, she would do hers. That got him even more excited. After he left, Violeta put on her oxygen mask. Near the moon's orbit, the messenger of God began to launch multiple attacks toward the prison. But Violeta was already outside, sword in hand, intercepting every single one of them. She wouldn't let anything interrupt our protagonist's big moment. And she was fighting with complete focus and determination, something that ended up surprising the messenger. When they finally met face to face for the first time, Violeta realized that Langi's earlier warning might have been about this man. The messenger scoffed at the human who knew nothing of life or death, daring to challenge a messenger of God. Before he could finish his speech, Violeta threw a knife straight at him. The messenger dodged it. Not a single strand of his hair was cut in the process. Violeta finally took off her mask. It didn't matter who was on the other side, she wasn't going to let anyone interfere with our guy's plans. She wasn't doing it just for him, but for everyone's survival. At first, the messenger was irritated, but he managed to keep his composure. Since that woman would die anyway, he decided to demonstrate the power of his civilization, showcasing his ability to turn imagination into reality. His body began to undergo a brutal transformation. Violeta was shocked to see him transform into a monster, a crater so massive it looked like it could swallow entire planets. Meanwhile, several people gathered at the agency created to contain our protagonist. In the center of the room, someone was being held prisoner, and she wasn't happy about it. She was the messenger's assistant. Next to her, slightly injured, was the minister of the intestines. Blackie wanted to know if she was the one responsible for attacking the academy. The samurai knight warned everyone not to let their guard down around her. It took an elite team to defeat the stone man she had summoned. The gray-haired girl had been seriously injured, but she managed to escape, and even the vampire king was helping with the hunt. Now, Black knew the zombies couldn't take part in this operation, since fighting might damage their image in front of the humans, but when it came time for the interrogation, I'd be more than happy to help. The assistant, however, said she wouldn't talk. Just then, down walked in carrying a stack of documents. Apparently, the girl had already cooperated quite a bit, revealing everything they wanted to know, which left Blackie completely stunned. He couldn't understand why she had pretended she wouldn't talk. The girl explained that she had learned the basics of human etiquette by reading some books, so she got confused. Curious, Dawn asked what kind of reading material she'd been studying and handed the report to Blackie. The divine civilization uses imagination to summon gods for battle, and their goal is to purify this world. The secretary said she hadn't done it out of kindness, allowing them to disappear in ignorance was a gesture of mercy to her. Mortals, after all, could never withstand the destruction the gods were capable of unleashing, but Dawn doubted that these so-called gods were stronger than our protagonist. The secretary explained that God's messenger had already gone to destroy him personally. All they needed to do was look up and then they would understand what was happening. Dawn immediately turned on the TV. So far, our protagonist's show was proceeding as normal. He was already preparing his 7-tech-based dish. The samurai warrior confirmed that nothing unusual had happened inside the prison. Everything was perfectly normal. Dawn asked if the messenger she mentioned hadn't already been defeated by our protagonist, but the secretary said that was impossible. To everyone's surprise, Blackie interrupted, saying the battle had already begun. The samurai was confused. None of the cameras had caught any footage of it. That's when Blackie pointed towards the moon. The monstrous creature was already on the move. Violet was managing to hold her own for now, but she had to stay completely focused. The monster was absolutely huge. The messenger realized he was fighting someone blessed by our protagonist, but even so, her power was far from a threat. It confronted Violet without hesitation. Violet could no longer understand what this guy's motive was. Not even her advanced nanotechnology gear could break through those summoned beings. As she tried to come up with a defensive strategy, Dawn told her not to waste time on that creature. However, that was easier said than done. Those tentacles were a real problem. Dawn said they had located the monster's position via satellite tracking, so Violet needed to fall back and let the prison's defense system handle the rest. The first attack was launched, and the entire facility was now in battle against the creature. All Violet had to do was pull back a little. For just a few seconds, she could manage it, but our protagonist's hands were becoming more active inside her, weakening her body by the moment. Still, she had to keep trying, even if only for a short time. Then God's messenger realized she wasn't infected at all. She carried our guy's hands, and at that moment, they had become a burden to her. Furious, the messenger said they had wanted to end her life painlessly, but now that she had accepted the demon's hands, things would be different. He gathered all his power into one hand. The creature was about to wipe everything out in a single blow. The messenger was ready to destroy it all. His demonic summon began to draw energy directly from the sun, firing a massive attack straight at the moon. But Violet refused to let that place be destroyed. She positioned herself against the oncoming blast. However, the sheer force of that energy was too much, even for her transformed state. She was thrown violently aside as a devastating blow closed in. On Earth, people were trying to understand why the moon had exploded like that. All of the lunar prison's defense systems had been wiped out. Dawn was in a panic, desperate to know what had happened to her friend. Not even a master samurai could believe that the sun itself had been used as a weapon. Blackie told everyone to calm down. The moon hadn't been completely destroyed, but it was dangerously close to being destroyed. A huge wave of debris was heading towards the prison, sending countless extras into a state of panic. Violet was out of commission, but she had been saved by our protagonist. As she struggled to open her eyes, our guy told her to go back to resting, and knew exactly how to handle this guy now. And with that, our protagonist's hair powered up to level 3, clear proof that a hellish battle was about to begin. Thousands of years ago, that civilization was forced to abandon its planet and wander among the stars. During that time, they witnessed countless transformations throughout the universe, until imagination itself became their source of power. That was the dawn of the divine civilization. The messenger believed his level of existence was far beyond our guy's compressions, but now he stood before him, fully transformed into his level 3 form, something between Goku and Ichigo in his Mugetsu state. The messenger was convinced that this time, he would finally capture him for real and make sure he died completely inside that prison. On Earth, people were terrified by what was happening on the moon. They had been told that an alien civilization had launched an attack. Everywhere, bystanders were in a panic. The messenger ordered his beast to attack. A huge surge of power engulfed Earth's satellite and an ocean of flames rushed towards the lunar prison, plunging all the inmates into a total panic. None of them had ever imagined things would go this far. Violet demanded that the broadcast continue. Humanity needed to see its savior fighting to protect them. On the news, reporters were narrating our protagonist's bravery in real time. In space, a fierce battle was unfolding. Our guy decided it was time to go on the offensive, charging straight for his enemy without hesitation. It tore through that demonic creature as if it were made of paper, leaving God's messenger completely speechless. Even he had been hit by the blow. Meanwhile, our protagonist remained completely unharmed. When I looked back, he saw the massive destruction had dealt to the creator, and that same damage was reflected on the messenger's body. Wounded and stunned, the messenger could only come to one conclusion: a demon was still a demon. And now, our guy was holding the messenger's heart in his hand, but instead of crushing it, our protagonist calmly handed it back. The messenger, still disoriented, had no idea what was happening. His summoned monster suddenly awoke, but before it could act, it was shattered by another brutal blow. Our guy stood face to face with his opponent. With overwhelming strength, he grabbed the messenger by the mouth and slammed him straight into the lunar surface. As that battle raged, on Earth, humanity had begun to build a secret evacuation base. There was a ship there capable of transporting 30,000 people. The bald man from the past said it was pointless, but he still chose to help advance their technology. The mad professor had developed a drug to help humans hibernate during space travel, since time itself was their greatest enemy. The president celebrated, since all they wanted was to escape the cursed planet. They planned to make their move while our guy was busy on the moon. They were also told that the energy of a dying star had been detected, and it was coming from our protagonist's hands. Upon hearing that, the room fell silent. The dumbest one among them told the women present not to interfere with their plans. Back in space, the monstrous dragon was barely holding on, and the poor messenger couldn't take another hit. Finally, our guy dropped his transformation, reverting to social-friendly zombie self, and apologizing for hitting too hard. Defeated, the messenger still couldn't comprehend his words. Since our guy had urgent commitments with the reality show, he started heading back to the prison. But before he could leave, the messenger called out to him. In his civilization's records, the messenger said that our guy's power had been witnessed countless times. They had never stopped investigating it, and only after facing him directly did the messenger finally understand. He was far more terrifying than the myths had described. Struggling to his feet, the messenger began to regenerate his heart. Our protagonist couldn't understand why he hadn't run away yet. Then he saw it. A dark energy was gathering on the moon, bringing that dangerous dragon back to life once more. The messenger of God had made a decision. He was given the mission to hunt beings like our boy, and that's exactly what he intended to do now using his new and brutally powerful transformation. Things on Earth, however, were far from calm. After the news of the attack, panic spread throughout the population. The messenger's secretary was tasked with sowing chaos, and she was pleased that she no longer needed to. In her eyes, this fragile civilization would collapse on its own very soon. Breaking news started to spread everywhere. The messenger had been defeated by our protagonist with a single blow. The terrified citizens were stunned, dropping whatever looting they were doing, and running back to their normal lives. Seeing this, the secretary couldn't believe the situation had been resolved so quickly. Don commented that for our protagonist, apocalyptic events were basically just another Tuesday. Still, no one was sure if the fight was really over in one hit. None of the cameras were broadcasting anymore, but Blackie Shimedin, saying the battle wasn't over. He could still feel a deadly energy coming from the moon, something far more dangerous than anything he'd ever felt from his own side. Now, our boy had to face an incredibly powerful creature. The messenger of God was preparing to unleash his ultimate technique, a heat so intense it could melt any substance in the universe. It was the same temperature as the sun. He used the concept of lunar heat reflection to forge a fiery blade in his hand. No matter how strong our protagonist was, this attack would surely finish him. But before the messenger could strike, our boy's personality shifted again. Still, the messenger managed to land a brutal slash. But instead of getting angry, our boy seemed to be enjoying the fight. It reverted to Sif, melancholic self, completely confusing the messenger. Seizing the moment, the messenger completely pinned him down, slicing our protagonist's body to pieces, only for it to regenerate instantly. Before our boy could counterattack, his opponent vanished, flying into lunar orbit. But moments later, the messenger was taken by surprise. Our protagonist had already caught up to him, reverting to his level 3 form and unleashing a relentless beatdown. Now the tables had turned, the messenger was the one being torn apart. Our boy's level 3 version was utterly ruthless. The messenger realized this battle wouldn't end quickly. The two exchanged blows at an incredible speed, but the only thing the messenger managed to hit was the tip of our protagonist's finger by accident. He was being completely overpowered and was finally thrown back towards Earth. The impact in the ocean was catastrophic. News reports warned that Earth was now being affected by the liner conflict, urging everyone to seek shelter. A tsunami of absurd proportions was approaching, and even airplanes were at risk of being swallowed by the waves. Despite all that damage, the messenger of God kept on fighting, channeling his imagination once more. This time, he was determined to cause as much destruction as possible. Our protagonist, meanwhile, was fascinated by his opponent's abilities. Then, he suddenly remembered who these beings really were. The messenger prepared to brandish his bone sword again, executing a devastating blow aimed at our boy, who was calmly floating in the sky. But the attack missed, though it was strong enough to split the moon in half. The sight sent everyone on Earth into a panic. The planet's natural satellite now hung above them in 2 pieces. Even after that, our protagonist remained completely unfazed, while his enemy desperately searched for a way to win, summoning a colossal demon with 1,000 faces over the Earth. The monstrous being could be seen by everyone still alive down below, filling their hearts with terror. Despite everything, our boy continued his deadly battle with the messenger, who had now reached his most powerful form, finally managing to withstand the blows of the undead warrior who once saved the world. He wanted to push our protagonist to his absolute limit, convinced that his body, reinforced by divine imagination, could not be defeated. The blade he had forged was also capable of stopping our boy's regeneration. His skills had been refined over millennia for one purpose, to destroy this great evil. And the messenger of God was determined to complete his mission, but our protagonist dodged every blow with incredible speed. After wandering through space for so long, he had learned how to fight demons like this one. Wanting to end things quickly, the messenger ordered the 1,000-faced demon to devour everything, starting with our boy. The creator's tentacles wrapped around him and pulled him inward, but instead of being eaten, he was placed on a strange platform filled with a thick alien liquid. Little by little, it covered his entire body. That was the process of devouring all things, and soon, the zombie found himself swallowed into the demon's inner world. Inside, a humanoid figure began to take shape. It was the embodiment of his enemy's mind, one that truly believed it had the power to fight against such threats. That dimension had been forged from the collective greed and desires of an entire planet's population. Those who entered it could never escape, no matter how hard they tried. The messenger reminded him that it didn't look like this when he destroyed their civilization and demanded once again to see his true power. Outside, the enormous demon continued to consume everything, its body swelling as it devoured chunks of the moon. The news reports warned the population to stay in their homes. Meteor showers were expected. In fact, fragments of moon rock began to rain down toward Earth. Some were intercepted by waves of missiles. The humans were doing everything they could to defend themselves. The Iron Samurai pointed out that they had managed to destroy the largest fragments and that there was still hope of saving the cities. Our protagonist's generals were helping in any way they could, but if this battle dragged on any longer, there would be nothing left to protect. In the midst of all that chaos, the lunar prison somehow remained intact, now drifting freely through space. Many inmates were being pulled out, though not by choice. In reality, they wanted to stay inside, where it was much safer. Violet, watching the disaster unfold, prayed for our boy to end this soon. She still couldn't use her powers. Her body was still weakened from the previous battle, and the prison was already being swallowed by the enormous demon. Facing what seemed like certain doom, panic spread among the prisoners. Some were dragged outside, including Violet herself. But just as they were about to be consumed, something burst out from within the demon, leaving a huge hole in its body. The one responsible had also managed to save both the prisoners and his companion. It was our protagonist, standing on a random fragment of the moon, and he was not in a good mood. The messenger of God was astonished that our protagonist still had the nerve to care about those extras, but now he paid for his arrogance. Our boy was done with the noise. Since his enemy wanted to see his original form, he would grant that wish and he'd better watch closely. Violet was stunned to see his body begin to change, his hair turning silver gray. He had just returned to supine form. The prisoners who witnessed it felt pure terror. This was the same being who had once destroyed half of humanity. Without warning, the story shifted to a flashback of the divine civilization's heyday. A mysterious figure sat on a throne. The messenger Barrot requested an audience with the one who ruled from the sacred seat. The divine entity knew that Barrot annihilated an entire planet and consumed its souls to strengthen his own spirit. That is exactly what happened. He fed on the despair and fear of 10 billion lives and took centuries to digest them all just to obtain the power of the thousand-faced demon. He also spent thousands of years studying our protagonist so he could finally be effective against him, now willing to use the power to defeat him even at his strongest. Confident in his strength, the divine entity had allowed him to act, granting him the opportunity to avenge his fallen people. The messenger truly believed that this time things would finally go his way. But now that we're back in the present, it's clear he was terribly mistaken. His eyes were filled with terror. What he was seeing should have been impossible. Once again, our protagonist had beaten his enemies to a pulp. He couldn't understand why the messenger looked so surprised. After all, it had always been his worst nightmare. However, the messenger stubbornly insisted that he was a genius, that he had trained for millennia. Refusing to accept defeat, his body began to swell. Violet noticed the sea of blood around her was starting to boil. Maybe this enemy was planning to self-destruct, but even that didn't scare our protagonist in his ultimate form. He decided to smash the fool's head instead, shattering a piece of its body and slamming what was left into the ground with a devastating impact. The shockwave was so powerful that, even though sound can't travel through the vacuum of space, the impact was somehow heard all the way on Earth. After that brutal beatdown, the messenger still had the audacity to claim he hadn't been defeated. His life wasn't truly over, his body and mind were one with the thousand-faced demon, and as long as it existed, so would he. Then, all around him, countless bodies began to rise from the ground. For our guy, it was pure arrogance to show its face again. Now he would vent his frustration by crushing that grotesque mass to avenge his fallen subordinates. The messenger realized that, even in his ultimate form, our protagonist cared deeply for his subordinates. He had only revealed his full power once before, after his followers were executed thousands of years ago. Apparently, this group also had an end in that tragedy. The messenger said the woman who once challenged their people was among the souls trapped. The messenger said the woman who once challenged their people was among the souls trapped inside the demon. That's why they couldn't be destroyed. Her consciousness was bound to it, inseparably, and they could feel her presence. To our protagonist, she had been a friend and, after destroying that civilization once before, he couldn't believe they still hadn't learned their lesson. With a single punch to the air, straight out of Saitama's playbook, he unleashed a path of pure destruction. To the messenger, his words sounded like pleading, noticing how much our guy cared for these so-called inferior beings. Now had a message for humanity. In 1 minute, that enormous blood-red moon would crash into Earth, completely annihilating all life. The people panicked. The Prime Minister, terrified, desperately tried to flee the planet. But others had a higher priority than him. Back in space, the messenger expected our guy to destroy him, ready to give up all hope of saving his old friend. He would have to choose, save Earth or lose the chance to rescue her consciousness, which was slowly dissolving in despair. The gigantic thousand-faced demon was closing in. The messenger couldn't understand why our protagonist cared so much for humanity until he suddenly vanished. He reappeared between the enormous demon and planet Earth. This time, he was ready to unleash some serious violence, punching the monstrous red moon with such force that he knocked it back with his pure power alone. And in the process, he also destroyed a good chunk of the demon's mass. Violet could feel a shockwave and countless fragments of the creature scattered across space, struggling to pull themselves back together. Meanwhile, our protagonist floated in Earth's orbit. The messenger watched it all with a twisted smile. His friend was gone forever, and now all that was left was revenge. But our guy knew his destructive form couldn't grant that kind of salvation. His words began to unnerve the messenger, realizing he intended to handle things differently this time. A bright red mark appeared on our guy's forehead, and his form changed again, now resembling something. Ellen raised her hand toward the vast emptiness of space. Dozens of faint souls floated around her and, through her power, she brought them back to life. In his final moments, the messenger admitted he'd never seen that form before. The battle was finally over, though the damage left behind was immense. Our protagonist had not only resurrected his friends, but he had also restored the moon. Once again, it showed humanity just how overwhelming his power truly was. Slowly, everything began to rebuild, and for the first time in a long time, people managed to live in peace again. The reality show starring our protagonist successfully concluded, and now he had become quite the celebrity. A moment of celebration for his allies. High subordinates were thrilled that their king had finally been accepted by humans. Don admitted that if it hadn't been for that last enemy, things wouldn't have been sorted out so quickly. The messenger's secretary, still imprisoned, just wished for a moment of peace. The Iron Samurai received an official document from Nation B, written in very diplomatic terms. The zombies were eager to know what it said. Apparently, the prime minister of that country had abandoned Earth, taking several influential figures with him and leaving the nation impoverished. Now, Quintelia wanted to invite our protagonist to become her new prime minister. It was strange, considering that nation's original goal had been to exterminate zombies. The Minister of Gods commented that if he accepted, he could even become president someday. Some zombies were suspicious of how easily they were welcomed this time. After all, their previous attempts had led to massive protests. But after our protagonist's latest show of force, there was no one left who could oppose him. Our guy was a being of many talents, and even restoring what was once lost was within his reach. Humanity had simply decided to accept him for what he was. In every way, this was the beginning of true coexistence. His wishes had finally come true. Now, the Iron Samurai wanted to know where he was. Dawn explained that Violet had been experiencing side effects since her resurrection, and our guy was helping her recover. Somewhere in the ocean, near an aircraft carrier, something unusual was happening. Violet seemed to be training her movements, which were fast and precise. Our protagonist was throwing rocks in her direction, helping her learn to control her new psychic abilities. Violet followed his every word, wearing her zombie mask and wielding her powerful sword. She was ready to block any attack. Then, a red formation appeared on her back. She lunged forward with fierce determination, swinging her sword at him. But according to him, it still wasn't enough. She needed to learn how to channel her genes to strengthen her physical body. As soon as she unleashed her full potential, Violet's mask completely shattered, leaving her weakened. Our guy realized they had failed again, but before he could say anything, she used her psychic powers against him, trapping him inside a barrier so she could attack. The moment of contact finally happened, but it didn't cause any damage. The sad boy version of our protagonist realized she had lost control and was attacking wildly. That was as far as they got that day. To restrain her, our guy switched to his level 3 form, bonking Violet on the head to calm her down. She ended up being thrown into the depths of the ocean. Sometime later, a few people arrived at the headquarters. It was our protagonist along with Violet. According to him, that day's treatment session was over. Violet was taken straight to the infirmary, where she was now being treated by Dawn, who already knew the training had failed again. Violet explained that every time she unleashes the power of the genes, her body starts to fall apart and she loses control. That's because of the 10 billion souls collected by Varro, which are now fused with her consciousness and can't be separated. If she doesn't strengthen her body to the level of a zombie boss, sooner or later she'll end up exploding, and the blast would be strong enough to engulf the entire Earth. Desperate, the captains begged her to keep trying, but only she knew that our guy had been beating her up every day. Faced with this problem, our protagonist came up with an interesting idea. He suggested they try using the divine civilization's technique to control the power, since he had already seen their cultivation methods before. He casually pulled his own brain out of his head. saying he was going to create a dream for her that would take her back to that lost era. Seeing everyone's horrified reactions, he asked if there was a problem with that, only to be told that yes, it wasn't exactly normal to just pull out your own brain like it was nothing. Meanwhile, something was happening in the palace of the Divine civilization. The gray-haired girl was reporting what happened, pleading for help. The great entity wanted to know who she was and where Varro, its messenger, had gone. The girl explained that he had been defeated and scattered across the solar system. Another man in the room called him a fool for thinking he could defeat our guy alone, pointing out that he had only managed to prove that their enemy could manifest even greater forms of power. The girl told the Lord that, based on her observations, it seemed our protagonist truly wished to live in peace and had been saying as much this whole time. The entity directed its gaze toward the great throne. It seemed they had been abandoned by our protagonist, his name was even engraved on that throne. The Lord asked what they were supposed to be now. Back with our guy, gathered with his subordinates, they were getting ready to drink heavily. Some alcohol was poured onto his exposed brain, and it turned out it couldn't handle that kind of drink very well. So, he asked his subordinates for a little more and they began mixing stronger cocktails. Violet didn't understand why they were doing this, but since it had been so long, there were many things our boy couldn't remember. And whenever he got drunk, his memories became a bit clearer. The Iron Samurai thought the method was weird, but our protagonist assured him he wasn't a big drinker. Avoided alcohol because one time after waking up hungover, he discovered it accidentally destroyed a volcano. Dawn started feeling like things were about to get dangerous and asked if she could leave, but the Iron Samurai wouldn't allow it. They were there to record every important piece of information. Our boy Novice's brain was finally in the right condition. He began seeing flashes of memory of his past birthday celebration, of the time he had a disciplined vermin, and of a fight where he accidentally sank an entire continent. The humans who witnessed those last memories were understandably terrified. Finally, our boy found what he'd been looking for, the memories of the divine civilization. The world was in ruins. Zombies roamed everywhere. Yet, humanity wielded incredibly powerful psychic abilities. The problem back then was that many zombies lacked intelligence, even though they were extremely powerful. They constantly destroyed humanity's remaining shelters. One of the few ways humanity managed to survive was by gathering its arrows. Our boy's memories begin when he encountered a certain squad. They were all running for their lives from a rampaging dinosaur. The group had gone there to rescue from an old laboratory, but everything went wrong. Instead of treasure, they found a troublesome zombie, and that was our protagonist. Now he was running alongside the heroes, terrified of the zombie they were talking about, not realizing they were talking about him. In desperation, one of the girls asked why a zombie was running with them, leaving our boy confused since it didn't even know was one. Meanwhile, the dinosaur was closing in for the kill. The Reddit boy shouted for his team to stay alert, but the enormous creature's attack was already upon them. The girl was certain she'd be wiped out. A massive path of destruction followed the beast's strike, sending the survivors flying from the shockwave. The Reddit boy panicked, fearing the worst, but then something unexpected happened. The creature's attack had been stopped by something. The group couldn't believe what they were seeing. That small zombie had stood in the way of the attack to protect a life. Our boy remembered it vividly, the burning pain in his hands. Violet realized he had had human companions in earlier eras and was now remembering them. He was also recalling the massive villain from back then. The zombies of that age were monstrously powerful, and they had been just one among many, a fact that terrified the humans even more. Finally, he found the right part of the dream to recover his lost memory. He wanted to figure out how to control psychic powers to help Violet. There was another way to experience dreams by living them fully. When he placed his hands on that small sphere, something strange happened to everyone. The giant dinosaur was charging again, and our protagonist stood before it. Now, Violet was inside the dream, too. At first, she could hardly believe it. Our boy had replaced himself within that memory, and she now had to play her role in it as well. They all had to prepare for the coming battle. That day, they had barely managed to defeat the creature, so Violet couldn't afford to be careless. Our protagonist planned to block the monster's attack and create an opening for his allies. The Reddit boy couldn't believe how reckless the zombie was being, but he decided to cooperate anyway. The whole team prepared for combat. Our boy was thrilled to face his old rival again, but the fight ended after the first strike. Everyone stood there stunned. Our protagonist immediately sensed something was off. That enemy wasn't nearly as formidable as he remembered. For those watching, it was hard to believe what had just happened. The zombie king had been obliterated with a single blow. Our boy struggled to understand if that was real. In his memories, it had taken everything he had to win that battle since it happened thousands of years ago. The only possible explanation was that he had become absurdly stronger, but he insisted that wasn't the case. Although he continued his training and maintained a disciplined diet, he knew that if he wanted to unleash even greater power, there was still something else. He needed to change his form, and when it does, his personality changes with it. In his current form, his powers should feel different, but now, I's starting to think that maybe he's just putting on an act. Either way, he's not going to overthink it because, after that battle, he gained new allies, and they're all incredibly strong. Fighting alongside them was actually pretty fun, and I think he'll eventually learn to control his powers. What he didn't expect, however, was for the humans to start running away. Ba was the first one to point it out. The people were panicking, completely terrified, which left our protagonist speechless. After their frantic escape, they found a place to rest. No one could explain how an X-level zombie was annihilated in a single blow. That little zombie's power exceeded all known stats. Still in shock, one of the girls didn't know if he was truly dangerous, since he had just saved her life, but her friend cut right to the chase. The only thing that mattered was that they all survived, and after saying that, she collapsed from exhaustion. The group agreed to rest there for the night and continue the mission tomorrow. The red-edged guy said everyone should help set up camp, only to be completely ignored. He couldn't believe have to make dinner all by himself. The guy with the glasses said he needed to upload the battle data to the cloud, while the girls were too exhausted to move. Our protagonist watched it all unfold. I found the team really interesting, and even though things happened differently, I knew their mission was to reclaim Fortress Number 9 and defeat the King of Flames, who had already destroyed 3 whole cities. I decided to help them to get closer, but Violet was worried he'd end up scaring everyone off. Then, the guy with the glasses noticed something rustling in the bushes and said they'd been discovered. Violet was impressed by his perception, and our protagonist also sensed movement somewhere else. The humans were now on high alert. Soon, small bursts of fire started appearing around the camp. It had to be the King of Flames. They would have to be extremely careful, as everyone was exhausted from the day's fight. From the shadows, a monstrous figure emerged, determined to annihilate them. The King of Flames launched a heat wave directly at the humans. Their only option was to keep fighting. The busty girl was the first to attack, and she took the King of Flames by surprise when her attack blocked one of his moves. As he ranted, more attacks rained down on him. The red-eyed guy knew they couldn't let the creature find their position, but the King of Flames effortlessly defended himself. They soon realized they couldn't do any damage to him, and the King of Flames laughed, declaring that nothing they did would matter, and then he unleashed an even stronger flare. Faced with that overwhelming power, the humans started to panic. Still, the red-eyed guy was just looking for an opening, a chance to land a blow, and managed to strike the creator's head, creating a shockwave that swept through the area. Even so, it wasn't enough to injure him. The King of Flames dismissed the attack as pathetic, and the guy retreated, realizing victory was impossible. The King of Flames decided it was time to incinerate everything in sight. That's when our protagonist finally stepped in. He started throwing soft punches at the monster, not wanting to scare his new allies this time. The King of Flames seemed confused by his behavior, while the humans noticed that a few strange-looking zombies had followed them. While the King of Flames tried to intimidate our guy, he just turned it to the humans with a friendly smile. I asked if he could help them in this battle, too. Since the King of Flames was being completely ignored, he cranked up his flames to an extremely dangerous level, leaving those poor humans terrified. Knowing how strong our protagonist was, they started begging him to step in, but he didn't want to be their leader. He just wanted to fight alongside them as a comrade. After that intense battle, the hero squad was hiding out in the city. The enormous feet of giant creatures were crushing everything in sight. Their next target was a giant boar, and they had already located it. The guy with the glasses and his partner charged in first, unleashing several waves of energy at the beast's body. Its legs were pinned down, leaving it unable to dodge the guy's sword as it lunged forward. Even so, his sword couldn't pierce its thick hide. When it landed, looked back, only to see the zombie had broken free from all those restraints. The creature charged forward frantically, ready to devour someone. The guy shouted a warning that it was coming, but Violetta remained calm, confident she could handle it. She waited patiently for the boar to get closer, gripping her massive sword tightly. The clash between her blade and its tusks was brutal. The creature's raw power was overwhelming. It pushed Violetta back several yards. She had to admit its brute strength was terrifying, on par with our protagonist's subordinist. While she held it back, the young man repositioned himself. A and his partner were ready to strike again, this time with full determination. They both struck the boar's head in a lethal blow. The beast stopped moving. The battle was over. Everyone returned to the ground safe and sound. The mission was a success, and the well-endowed girl praised Violetta, saying that letting her join was the best decision they'd ever made. She just couldn't understand how she'd never heard of Violetta before. As they were talking, the guy with the glasses sensed something strange. Something was approaching from the right. Another demonic boar appeared, and they immediately had to run for it. The creature charged, furiously, leaving a trail of destruction, but then it stopped, sniffing the air, and found the hero's party. This was a twin-bodied king. That's why the previous hero squad sent to fight it had disappeared. The red-edged guy ordered his team to retreat while he stayed behind to hold the creature off. He started to give a nobly, heroic speech when our protagonist suddenly appeared by his side, ready to fight. With a single hand, he grabbed the giant boar, stopping it in its tracks. Behind him, the young man was still yelling at his team to run. But when they saw what was happening, they knew there was no point in explaining anything. The shockwave that followed said it all. Not even Violetta was sure if our protagonist's presence brought relief or worry to these new companions. Now that the mission was over, everyone returned to base. The red-eyed guy and his Kirby partner were S rank. The guy with the glasses was A rank and the smaller girl was B rank. The system also recognized that 2 additional members had joined them and congratulated them for helping humanity. That shelter was the Esper Association, the largest remaining human stronghold in that ruined world. They would soon meet its leader. Our protagonist was loving this new adventure. Violetta admitted that even though she was helping in the battle, she still couldn't control her new powers. She was relying poorly on her physical abilities. For now, that was enough to satisfy her, but our protagonist assured her that this was exactly why they'd come here. She needed to learn how to master that technique. After all, this place was where humanity researched psychic power, and while listening to that explanation, Violette started looking around at the people in that place. It looked like a normal hero academy, and she wanted to know if it was really okay for our protagonist to walk around there. The last time he'd shown up at an academy, things hadn't gone so smoothly. He'd gotten into some serious trouble. To be fair, he hadn't always known how to behave around humans. There was even a time he almost ended up as a lab rat, but his new companion saved him, and eventually the people accepted him. That was when they began a great journey to fight the zombies. In the end, they defeated the primordial demon that had caused the entire apocalypse. Now, our protagonist feels confident in his former companions and has decided to leave everything to them. But things began unfolding differently this time because his power is so immense it had to be reported. They also shared details about his positive behavior, explaining how he's been helping humans up until now. To Violet, her suspicions turned into certainty. His overwhelming power is far more a reason for concern than comfort. I never wanted to be like this, but somehow that zombie kin disintegrated just from touching his fists. Frustrated, our protagonist decided he'd restart those memories from scratch, hoping the adventure would turn out differently. Determined, he closed his eyes and began to focus. After meditating for a moment, he opened them again, only to see Violet standing outside his cell. He was desperately trying to get back to reality, but nothing he did was working. Outside, Violet watched awkwardly as he kept shouting commands for his body to wake up. When she asked what was going on, he admitted that he couldn't wake up at all. At first, Violet didn't understand what that meant, but when it dawned on her, she panicked. They were trapped thousands of years in the past. Meanwhile, in the real world, his subordinates were still mixing drinks. The Iron Samurai found it strange that they disappeared upon entering that dream, although since it was their boss, they figured anything was possible. Still, a strange pattern appeared on his brain. It looked troubling. A dark, ominous energy began to radiate from him, quickly spreading across the sky. Passers-by who saw it panicked as the phenomenon intensified. Soon, they started getting pulled toward it, desperately grabbing onto anything they could to avoid being sucked in. Dan and the Iron Samurai had to be careful too. They weren't even sure if they were supposed to be pulled into it, before the catastrophe struck. A reporter had been praising the city's prosperity, explaining that it represented true coexistence, with zombies and humans living peacefully together. They interacted completely normally, just like anywhere else, and our protagonist was even popular with the kids. She was about to start an interview when something appeared in the sky above the city. A dark, sinister energy enveloped everything, lifting the entire city off the ground. Horrible creatures emerged from the clouds as the city was raised. When it was all over, the reporter was lying unconscious, and her crew had no idea what was going on either. Slowly, they realized how serious the situation was. The reporter pointed toward the road they used to get there. What was once a road was now a tunnel. No one could explain why everything had changed so drastically. As they tried to figure it out, a strange noise echoed from that tunnel. To their horror, several zombies appeared. But something was wrong, because the zombies in this city were supposed to be friendly. Before things could get any worse, the subordinate nicknamed Juiceman showed up to save the day. They had been tasked with protecting all the humans, and using his overwhelming strength, he lifted the entire road into the air, crushing the evil zombies beneath it. Afterward, he informed his allies that the humans were safe. The poor folks barely had a chance to thank him. Access to the city seemed completely sealed off. Huge boulders were blocking all the routes. The flying creatures in the sky were also being wiped out one by one. Dawn had her machine gun firing non-stop, but even she had no idea what was really going on. Piccolo figured this whole mess started because they poured too much alcohol into our protagonist's brain, causing everyone to get mixed up in his memories. In the real world, there was probably nothing left but a crater where the sea used to be. Piccolo explained that memories like these were incredibly powerful. If they died inside that world, they would die for real. Dawn suddenly noticed one of those monster birds swooping in behind there. She dodged it just in time, shot it down, shouting that someone needed to wake up their boss before things got any worse. To do that, they had to find dispersion inside that illusion. The Iron Samurai remembered something worrying. During the era of the divine civilization, there were dangerous ruins, and all the zombies in the area were drawn to the city's appearance. Everyone needed to prepare for battle. The Iron Samurai started destroying enemies left and right. Inside the city, a young zombie told his mother he was scared and didn't want to be eaten by other zombies. That comment caught a nearby human completely off guard at the city's borders. As the Iron Samurai fought, he asked if it wasn't possible to talk to the zombies, but the situation was pure chaos. Zombies were running away from other zombies. Piccolo explained that talking wouldn't work right now. The zombies in the city were intelligent. Their own boss had taught them. Before he brought order, zombies were nothing but mindless beasts. The Iron Samurai didn't know what to do. There were very few in that city who could fight. But his leader's subordinates knew exactly how to handle this kind of battle. Huisman reached into his own chest and his entire body transformed into a huge, armored form. He was ready for war. In his second combat mode, he roared at the Orde and that roar triggered something. It woke up another zombie king nearby. Piccolo approached Dan and told her his hunch was right. Behind every swarm of zombies, there's always a zombie king. Once Huisman defeated that creature, he gained control over its minions. But Dan wasn't sure they could win. She knew how terrifyingly strong the zombies from that era were. Still, Juiceman was used to this kind of work. Meanwhile, our protagonist was panicking about his current situation, fearing the humans might start running painful experiments on him. As he was venting, a powerful woman entered the room to interrogate him. She was a security officer named Greta sent there to evaluate him. At first, he was delighted by her presence, assuming she was friendly. He knew she held a high rank within the association. He asked for a comfy place to stay, something to eat, and for his friend to receive guidance to develop her powers. But Greta didn't seem to like how casual he was being. She immediately slammed the bars of his cell and scolded him for acting so relaxed, asking if he'd grown tired of living. Violet realized that Greta called him by Juiceman's name, and she froze in disbelief, refusing to accept that it could be true. The citizens of that shelter were all gathered. After all, it was thanks to everyone's cooperation that peace even existed. The leader announced that it had something important to share. Sola, the president of the association, stepped forward with a major declaration, the one responsible for destroying 3 human shelters. The 6-armed zombie king who had terrorized them all had finally been captured, and now it would be personally executed by the president's own son. At that moment, the spoiled kid began to focus his energy, showing how confidently it could handle a huge sword. It launched at the zombie, aiming right for its neck. The crowd cheered, convinced that victory was certain, but within seconds, everyone fell completely silent. The kid kept slashing and hacking away, but the blows did absolutely nothing. Even the zombies started to look embarrassed by such a pitiful display of strength. The more the boy flailed around, the more awkward the whole scene became. Our protagonist's former allies were already fed up with this ridiculous spectacle. After all, they were the ones who risked their lives to capture that creature in the first place. One of the girls muttered that the association's excuse for this kind of performance was to boost morale. The guy with the glasses said it was a hero's duty to keep fighting harder and harder no matter what. But with every strike from that dull blade, the zombie's rage only grew stronger until it finally broke free from its restraints, letting out a roar of poor. That's when the spoiled kid realized his life might end right then and there. But before he was torn to shreds, Greta appeared to save him. She stood her ground, clashing head-on with the creator. Not even the monster's 6 arms were enough to overpower her. Proving her strength, Greta took on the zombie all by herself. The beast radiated a brutal strike, but Greta countered with an incredible display. Using her psychic ability, she lifted the creature into the air and launched her sword straight for its head. The blow was devastating. The zombie was shattered into several pieces, and Greta calmly declared the execution complete. Her victory brought joy to the survivors who now placed even greater faith in the association. Our protagonist and Violet had been watching the whole thing unfold. They were both impressed by Greta's power, but Greta herself wanted to know why Violet had chosen a Jasmine-style form. A explained that it was her choice, and that it thought it looked cute. Violet couldn't help but question his entire sense of aesthetics. Meanwhile, the president's son was throwing a tantrum at the guards. Because of their incompetence, A had almost gotten hurt, and now he was demanding another execution target. Furious, A ordered our protagonist to be brought forward for immediate punishment. Since our guy was already a prisoner, that made things much easier for them. His allies were alarmed. They knew it could be trusted. Greta even came to his defense, confirming that despite his strange behavior, he wasn't violent. But the spoiled kid refused to listen, pointing his sword right at him. He smugly declared that if the zombie really wasn't hostile towards humans, he should willingly accept the execution as a test. The president agreed with that twisted logic. If he resists, the president said, the senior officers would execute him themselves. Geez, what kind of absurd reasoning is that? Greta hated it, but she couldn't intervene. The protagonist's friends panicked. This was the last thing they wanted. Full of confidence, the spoiled kid prepared for what he thought would be a clean and decisive blow, but instead, he received a solid slap across the face. The execution was over in a single move, delivered by our protagonist, who had finally run out of patience. His allies, who witnessed the whole thing, were frozen in shock. He didn't mean to start a fight, it was poor reflex. Those who truly knew his strength were stunned that the spoiled kid had survived. Following the president's order, a swarm of extras rushed into the arena to take our guy down. A, however, was seriously worried that if he fought for real, he might actually hurt someone. Outside the arena, a kid watched as bodies were sent flying. Inside, things had suddenly gotten a lot more exciting. One of our protagonist's other personalities noticed something peculiar. Only the zombies went down in one hit, and they couldn't figure out why. The humans, at least, weren't instantly wiped out. He took it as a good chance to blow off some steam, since he'd been itching to unleash some destruction anyway. But his allies jumped into the arena too, trying to keep things from getting out of hand. Greta screamed at the top of her lungs for everyone to stop. No one seemed to notice the obvious, even though he was just acting in self-defense. Our prototype hadn't taken a single life. That alone proved he had no ill intentions. As she was saying that, the spoiled kid was being carried off to the infirmary. As head of security, Greta urged the president to resist and say, he finally gave in and allowed our protagonist to temporarily join the hero squad. Back to his usual self, our guy celebrated that he had officially earned hero status, but the president was still a total jerk. He immediately sent the team into the death zone, a monster subjugation mission. The place was so dangerous that panic spread among the humans. Our protagonist knew the source of the zombies was in the north, an area guarded by 12 powerful kings, a land forbidden to humans. It was a legendary quest, and the squad had spent 2.5 years just preparing for it. Meanwhile, back in the city, the zombie king was on the move, charging into battle, only to be intercepted by Juiceman. And yeah. At this point, we're not even sure if they're a man or a woman. With a single punch, Juiceman sent the enemy flying. Still, the creature somehow survived. But Juiceman wasn't done, they threw an entire mountain on top of it, crushing its body completely. Piccolo was amazed that his allies still had so much strength after all this time. Looking toward the horizon, he realized more enemies were approaching. By defeating that king, Juiceman had officially become the ruler of that region. A sinister eye floating in the sky appeared and invited her to an audience with the source. The hero squad had been sent to this forbidden northern zone, a fortress so impregnable that humans had never managed to breach it. Many expeditions had tried to conquer it, and all of them had failed. Among the creators lurking there, a strange energy began to manifest. It started to take over the body of one of the monsters, and it turned out to be Greta's doing. She unleashed her psychic powers, crushing the enemies under tons of rock. The sheer force of her attack left her ally speechless. While some celebrated, others grew uneasy. The guy with the glasses admitted her blow was powerful, but still not enough to clear the entire area. Even the biggest zombies here were terrifyingly strong, not to mention the Roman kings. They needed to stay on their guard. But to disbelief, their idea of preparation was to retreat. That wasn't what he had in mind at all. Greta, on the other hand, decided to hold her ground. Her psychic range covered 30 kilometers, and she promised to provide long-range support. The squad, grateful for help, was now fully motivated by her determination. The spoiled kid was also there, sent by his father to join the mission. He was convinced the squad would soon become zombie food, a thought that actually thrilled him. Honestly, it was a miracle his own teammates hadn't wiped them out yet. Since they were far from the association, they decided to beat him up right there, while Greta was completely oblivious to what was happening. After that well-deserved beating, the brat swore he wouldn't forget it. At least they were getting him out of the area. But the truth is, despair had already taken hold of the hero squad. The red-haired guy apologized for his mistake, admitting that bringing our protagonist to the association had been his decision. The guy with the glasses quickly clarified that none of this chows had anything to do with our protagonist. The association would have sent them to the death zone anyway. Even the girl agreed. Every squad that got too strong was sent there. It was rumored that this was all part of the association leader's plan to eliminate potential rivals before they became a threat. Faced with such corruption, things really looked bleak. Still, the red-haired guy decided to still himself. Once they cleared that region, everything would be fine again. All they needed was enough strength to do it. Near the fortress of that region, our guy decided to buy himself a house. The real estate agent seemed a little nervous, so he explained that he was just wearing a mask, that he only looked like a zombie. After counting the money, the man approved the purchase, but when he went to check on the property, he was surprised to see the house had been moved. It turns out our protagonist had placed his new home right on top of a skyscraper, with hot springs and restaurants nearby. He just wanted to live comfortably, since the pay for exploring the death zone was generous. Violet, on the other hand, found his calmness suspicious, but explained that he needed time to gather information and prepare for the mission, so he was setting up his own base. In the past, it had taken them months to prepare, and every day was filled with work. Still, he remembered those days fondly. He had also received some textbooks from the association. For Violet to study properly, she needed a quiet environment. They had been in this world for so long that he had almost forgotten why they were there to begin with. But since our guy practical ran on energy drinks and coffee, he was sure he would wake up soon. On his way to buy eggs at the market, it told her to study hard. But as he was walking through the city streets, he was almost hit by an attack from the red guy. It startled him so much that it triggered one of his personality changes. He figured that the guy must be in a bad mood, or maybe he didn't want eggs for dinner. The red-haired guy stopped mid-attack. He knew full well how much the protagonist's power changed between his forms. Using his speed, A vanished in front of him, trying to launch a surprise attack, but our guy easily blocked it. It really was a fighting machine. The red-eyed guy insisted it wasn't done yet. It lunged forward again with incredible speed. To our protagonist, it all seemed to be happening just because it was tired of eating eggs. It suggested they fry them this time and reminded him to be careful in the residential area. Still, the guy kept attacking. No matter how fast he moved, he couldn't land a blow. The difference in strength was terrifying. Finally, he admitted he had a request to make. When our guy looked him in the eye, he realized it wasn't a real fight, it was a friendly duel. In the past, the two of them had needed a fierce battle like this before they could truly respect each other. Now, our protagonist was getting excited again, thrilled by the adrenaline of combat. And so, he decided to switch to his ultimate power form. Now, they needed to go somewhere it could freely unleash all that pent-up desire for violence. The poor red-eyed guy had no idea what was in store for him. He was taken straight to the forest in the death zone, the perfect place for our protagonist, who was already hyped up and ready to fight with everything he had there. He didn't need to hold back. But the red-eyed guy just wanted to confirm the extent of the hero's strength. He wanted advice on how to become as powerful as him. The moment he said that, he was almost hit by a punch strong enough to disintegrate molecules. Still, he stood there waiting for an answer. Our protagonist returned to his base form. He really didn't know what kind of advice to give this guy. Since the red-eyed guy was already the strongest among his peers, it didn't make sense for someone like him to ask for help. Now, maybe in this world of memories, the order of events had changed, altering the guy's personal development. Still, the boy kept begging for guidance until our protagonist finally put both hands on his shoulders, promising to help him recover the experience he'd lost. He pointed at a nearby zombie and ordered the kid to take it down, saying it would naturally make him stronger. But this wasn't just any old zombie, it was one of the forest lords, the Devourer King. The boy froze in terror, having no idea how he was supposed to fight a monster like that. He couldn't wrap his head around how a monster like that was lurking so close to the human fortress. Meanwhile, back in the new city where our protagonist was living, people were just going about their daily lives. Violet, while enjoying a nice hot bath, took the opportunity to study. She was slowly learning more about the theories behind psychic power, and how fluctuations of energy could manifest in countless ways. But the theory was tough, and honestly, it was still way easier for her to just slice things up with her sword. After finishing her reading, she decided to put her new knowledge to the test. She immediately sat up and focused on the bathwater around her. It was the first time she'd been able to truly relax since coming to this world. At least it was a good place to train. Closing her eyes, she started following the steps she'd memorized from the book, trying to make the water vibrate. At first, nothing happened, so she focused even harder. Then finally, the water in her hands began to ripple. A huge smile spread across her face. She was thrilled, thinking she might actually have a knack for this technique, but her joy was cut short when another woman, who had also been in the bath, pointed out that the ripples were actually her doing. Violet had no idea when the other girls had even shown up. The smaller girl noticed the books she was studying and asked why she was using children's material. The other woman remarked that Violet had only ever relied on brute strength so far, and this talk about her psychic powers seemed pretty suspicious. Though honestly, what really raised eyebrows was how quickly she'd gotten close to their leader. So they even started wondering if she was a spy, but the smaller girl disagreed, saying she could feel Violet's psychic energy. That's when they noticed her prosthetic legs. Violet explained that she lost them when her parents turned into zombies. After being bitten herself, she had to cut them off to survive. Her story hit them hard, but Violet was quick to reassure them. Soon, the girls began teaching her how to properly use her psychic abilities. The first requirement was pure mental focus. The second was to imagine and accept herself, visualizing a stronger version of who she already was. One of the women asked what was holding Violet back from letting herself grow stronger. Now, Violet found herself wondering the same thing as she stared down at her reflection in the water, at the image of her former zombie self, realizing she might have been rejecting that part of her all along. While they were talking, a strange noise echoed through the room. One of the women asked who was there, but before anyone could react, a massive chunk of ice came crashing toward them. Even though it was huge, part of it instantly began to melt. The woman's body erupted in flames as she expressed her surprise that a zombie outside was capable of using elemental powers. A mysterious voice praised her quick reaction but said it would only delay their deaths. It was the Ice Demon, one of the Lords of the Death Forest. Violet drew her sword and charged in, while the Ice Demon hoped this fight would at least be entertaining. A massive block of ice came crashing down, completely freezing the entire area. Meanwhile, a zombie attack in the city started complaining about all the noise, getting more irritated by the second. It claimed that's why he was slaughtering all these people, their lives were worthless to him. The poor guy in glasses didn't even have the strength to fight back, he couldn't sense the enemy's approach at all. 3 powerful zombies had appeared out of nowhere, and the strange one announced that he had received an order, one he must obey no matter what. It was time to unleash the order against the fortress. Cracks began to spread along the outer walls. Back in the forest, that dangerous zombie was still yelling non-stop, and all the noise was driving our protagonist crazy. He was trying to immobilize his opponent, knowing that a single touch from him would end the battle instantly. Once he finally managed to restrain the creator, it told Death, Red Boy to go in for another attack, but the kid was already starting to question whether this training was really effective at all. Our protagonist explained that fighting stronger enemies was much better training than doing push-ups every day. Even suggested breaking the creature's arms and legs to make things easier. Once it regenerated, they could use that to gradually increase the difficulty. The zombie, however, didn't appreciate being used as a training tool. Feeling deeply insulted, it broke free from our protagonist's grip, furious that mere humans would dare to treat it that way. The red-eyed guy instantly sensed the overwhelming danger. Enraged and cornered, the Lord realized there was only one thing left to do. Dropping to the ground like a terrified child, it said it would tell them everything. It only begged for a painless death, which left everyone confused. The Lord revealed that the source had ordered them to gather and attack the humans. That's when the guy realized that the fortress was in danger. Our protagonist remembered that something similar had happened in the past, but it wasn't supposed to happen for a few more years. With questions flooding his mind, the red-headed guy asked if the lords weren't supposed to be guarding the death zone. The creator then confessed that the source had sensed something descending upon their world and ordered them to find our protagonist. The moment he heard that, our hero was stunned. He hadn't imagined that he was the cause of all this. Inside the fortress, panic spread through the night as cracks widened along the walls. People were terrified, and despair began to spread through the crowd. The zombies had already invaded. Anyone who wanted to live had to flee. Cows consumed the fortress in seconds. In the middle of the escape, a little girl tripped and fell. A zombie pounced, ready to devour her, but nothing happened. Greta had intervened. She unleashed her power, lifting all the dangerous creatures into the air, smashing them against rocks until they were nothing but zombie paste. Greta was giving it her all, putting everything she had into it. The sky itself filled with a massive vortex of swirling stones, dragging every zombie to its destruction. But when it was over, she noticed something was wrong. Something was preventing her plan from being fully realized. It was that same twisted zombie that despised humanity. Furious at being interrupted, it launched its disgusting tentacles right at Greta. But she knew exactly what to do. Gripping her sword tightly, she prepared to strike. With her overwhelming power, she managed to paralyze the creature, trapping it within its own body. But Greta wasn't done yet. She summoned multiple blades that surrounded the massive monster. It was time to punish the one responsible for breaking the wall. The creator's body was violently torn apart, and even gravely wounded. It snarled that her ability was detestable. Something strange was happening to its body. Freed from its cocoon, it revealed its true form, one that looked suspiciously like something I won't even describe. But if you stop for a second and think about it, you'll probably get the picture. It also seemed capable of manipulating gravity somehow. One thing became clear during this battle: the fortress was being completely destroyed. Everything around them was being torn apart by the sheer power of both sides. Greta was finally forced back to the ground, realizing that one of her arms had been injured. The zombie poison infection was spreading quickly. This enemy was a lord the association had known about for years, one that deeply despised humans. For the survivors, the situation had become catastrophic. Everything was being annihilated. Greta told everyone not to panic. She was still standing and would hold the Lord at bay for as long as it took. but the president's son demanded that she leave the battlefield and protect him while he escaped. Using his father's position to save himself, he didn't care at all about the innocent people he was leaving behind. That only infuriated Greta even more. Even so, she turned back to the battlefield. She was the only officer left in the city, and her pride wouldn't let her retreat. However, the poison had already begun to take its toll. Her body was showing signs of exhaustion, just as her enemy had predicted. Greta's grip on her sword weakened. The toxin spread rapidly through her veins. She was becoming a prisoner inside her own body, fully conscious, but unable to move. The Lord taunted her, saying that soon her muscles and bones would melt, and assured her that if she somehow managed to escape with her life, it wouldn't pursue her. His orders were to find the one who enjoys living among humans and bring as much destruction to this place as possible. The city had fallen into chaos and that twisted zombie was finally completing its mission. Greta couldn't do anything, her strength was leaving her, but then she felt as if someone was calling out to her, urging her to keep protecting the people. A sudden burst of power erupted from her body, sending the zombie flying back. The creature was stunned that she could still move after being so badly corroded. Greta started vomiting profusely, her hands looking completely transformed. She didn't understand what was happening to her body, but she decided she would use the power of her mind to move if her body failed her, even with such severe injuries. Returning to the fight, she swore to wipe out every last one of them until nothing was left. A dangerous energy manifested around her, enraging the zombie, who complained that this was making his job harder. And if there was one thing he hated, it was working overtime. Determined to end it, he swore it would kill her. But Greta, irritated by his constant whining, yelled at him to shut up. A huge explosion followed right after. She now moved with such a fierce energy that she managed to injure her opponent. Still, his regeneration was monstrous, but Greta didn't stop. She kept swinging her sword relentlessly, unleashing her techniques over and over again. However, to surprise, he saw a confident smile spread across Greta's face. Using her psychic power, she threw an entire building straight at him, crushing and pinning his body to the ground in one decisive blow. However, that still wasn't enough to decide the fight. The monster only grew more enraged, ready to unleash a real battle. Greta was already at her limit, but she kept pushing on. The two were about to clash like true samurai when the zombie suddenly sensed something approaching from afar. It was our protagonist arriving on the scene, bringing another dangerous zombie lord with him. By sheer chance, he ended up hitting Greta's opponent, which instantly made her think she had just made things worse. The woman, watching it all unfold, was speechless at first but quickly realized what had actually happened. He was absolutely delighted to see her there. Even though the attack was over earlier, she was still infected and about to enter a decisive battle to defend the fortress. Our protagonist commented that it had been quite a show, but the woman cut him off, saying he had no idea what he was talking about. Beside this, her enemy had just been completely flattened by his attack, and the destruction was so massive that there was no fortress left to defend anymore. After that intense battle, the city was being rebuilt and the injured were receiving treatment. A random worker told the red-eyed guy that several sectors were at risk of collapsing, but he was focused on finding someone. He kept digging through the rubble non-stop, until he finally found the guy with the glasses buried underneath. The man had managed to avoid a fatal blow, which is why he'd survived for so long. He immediately asked about the others. It took the red-eyed guy a moment to answer before telling him that everyone was safe. But our protagonist had accidentally destroyed the fortress during the fight, which might complicate things a bit. They needed the smart guy's help to come up with an excuse quickly. Upon hearing that, the poor man instantly called for the rescue team, saying he'd rather be buried under the rubble again. The rescuer just looked at him, telling him to get a grip. Meanwhile, our hero had gained a new follower, that weird zombie, and was already trying to figure out how to take advantage of the destroyed fortress. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a massive pitcher of ice crashing down nearby. A battle was still in full swing. He recognized it instantly. The icy mist belonged to that same troublesome ice woman from the past. Worried, he thought Violet might be in danger and needed help right away, but Greta was out of commission. The previous fight Claire's throat had taken everything she had. The man with the glasses was wishing for death, and even the red-eyed guy was too exhausted to move. With everyone injured, it was up to our protagonist to save the day, and that's exactly what he planned to do. But as soon as they heard that, His companions panicked and rushed to block his path, desperate to stop him from making things even worse. They promised they would find someone else to provide backup for that fight. Meanwhile, deep in that frozen hell, the girls were running for their lives. Except for Violet, the other two were convinced they were about to die, which really bothered her, since she had believed these so-called heroines were supposed to be expert fighters. But the icy terrain gave them no strategic advantage, and even escaping seemed nearly impossible. Then, one of them noticed the enemy closing in. A huge ice spear shot out and reached Violet, but she managed to block it with her sword, telling to the others that she was still okay. Her icy opponent was truly menacing. She could tell Violet was human, but she sensed something strange emanating from her body, as if she were connected to the very being they were searching for. Deciding she would take Violet's head to the source itself, the demon prepared to strike. But Violet had no intention of letting that happen. As the two clashed fiercely, something else began to approach quickly. The small girl held her weapon tightly and struck with all her might, shattering the ice, but missing her target. Before the ice zombie could hit her, the voluptuous girl appeared in a burst of flames, ready to melt all that frozen ground with brute force. A huge whirlwind of fire erupted from her strike, but all it managed to destroy was a decay. The real enemy had vanished again. Now that they were all together again, they had to stay on guard. The small girl warned that this ice was harder than steel, and that the zombie could control it as she pleased. Even if they managed to melt it, the ice formed back instantly. At this rate, they would all be frozen solid. Surrounded by ice, their only option was survival. Violet could hear distant sounds of battle and was sure reinforcements would arrive soon, but the smaller girl was already panicking. She knew that enemies were lords of this death zone, beings whose power came directly from the source. They were strong enough to command other zombies, and no matter how strong their ally was, not even he could defeat such an enemy. Violet briefly recalled the destruction of the moon and told the trembling girl she had no idea what she was talking about, because that kind of enemy wouldn't last a single blow against their hero. Her confidence helped them refocus. The enemy was approaching from below. Ice shot upwards, nearly trapping the smaller girl. She was caught by the enemy, who tried to take her body as a prize. But before the ice zombie could escape, Violet sliced through the ice, freeing her. That only made the Ice Queen more eager to fight, expecting the humans to risk everything to save that useless girl. While she was distracted, her skull was suddenly grabbed by the fire girl, who crushed it in her hand and yelled that the little one wasn't useless at all. She was their most important comrade. Immediately after that, she unleashed a fiery tornado, melting a large portion of the ice around them. Violet had to jump back from the heat, desperately shouting to make sure her teammates were okay. Fortunately, they both emerged from the steam, but the fire girl was badly injured. Violet rushed to them, her face filled with worry, trying to understand what had happened. Realizing how severe the injuries were, she said they needed to find help immediately. That made the little girl break down, crying, believing she really was useless. But her friend quickly comforted her, assuring her that none of it was her fault. They were all taken by surprise by the attack. Any of them could have been captured by the Ice Queen. Still, the smaller girl couldn't hold back her tears. When Violet looked up, she noticed something forming above them. The ice was gathering again, taking the shape of the Ice Queen, who taunted that she was sorry she hadn't killed the girl sooner. By then, she had turned most of the city's water into thick ice, completely surrounding her victims. They were now trapped inside a frozen cocoon designed to make them slowly freeze to death. The Ice Queen prepared to deliver true despair, launching sharp, deadly ice spears toward the human girls. Putting on her bleach-style mask, Violet prepared to fight again. She wasn't going to hold back this time. Charging forward in her most aggressive form, she went straight for the enemy. The Ice King smiled with delight. That was exactly the kind of power she wanted to see unleashed. She decided she would take Violet's head for herself. Huge ice spikes rained down from all directions, smashing Violet into the ground once more. Frustrated, but not defeated, Violet realized it wouldn't be easy to get close to this enemy. Still, she managed to calm her friends down, telling them everything would be okay. She knows that if she uses her second form, she can unleash a furious attack, but she'll be completely exhausted afterward. With few options, she told the girls to find a safe place to hide until help arrived. Help that should be coming from her hero. The fire girl was amazed at the fate Violet had in him. As she melted the spear embedded in her own stomach, the fire girl said it must be nice to have someone you can trust with your life. Holding the little girl in her arms, she said she was sure they'd be rescued soon, but she wasn't going to hide. She would fight to her last breath, wanting to be someone trustworthy, too. Then, she burst into flames like the Human Torch, proving that trust works both ways. Violet didn't expect her to join the fight again, and that declaration made her realize just how much she had come to rely on her arrow's power. Without warning, the story shifted to a flashback. A young Violet, legless and alone, lay in a hospital bed, staring at the missing parts of her body. Even as a child, she had the courage to cut off her own legs to stop an infection from spreading, driving herself to an academy for help. It was a truly tragic fate. Now, her former professor entered the room asking if she wanted to try the prosthetics they had designed. The procedure would involve removing every nerve and running electricity through her body, an unbearable process. But Violet didn't hesitate. She wanted enough power to destroy every last zombie. Seeing this vision of her past, Violet finally remembered who she was. The zombies had taken everything from her. Enduring that pain had made her stronger, determined to prevent another tragedy from happening. Maybe that's why she couldn't use her powers properly now or awaken the psychic potential within her. Her younger self confirmed it. Violet's hatred for zombies ran deep. That revelation left Violet unsettled. Looking at her past self, she realized she couldn't fool her own heart. Outside, the fierce battle raged on, the Fire Girl versus the Ice Queen. The fight was brutal. Furious at being tricked by another decoy, the Fire Girl slammed it into the ground, asking if the little one was okay. Shivering and nearly collapsing from hypothermia, the girl whispered that she was fine. She just wanted to find the enemy's real body. The Fire Girl promised to drag that witch out of hiding, but she didn't know what was happening to Violet, who was lost in her own thoughts during such a crucial fight. Completely distracted, Violet didn't dodge in time. Her friend screamed at her to move, but it was too late. She was impaled through the abdomen, pierced by an ice spike that shot up from the ground. With a cruel move, the Ice King tore out Violet's heart, thinking her opponent was paralyzed by fear. All she needed to do now was claim the body. That brutal sight ignited a firestorm of rage in the Fire Girl, who lunged forward and gave the Ice Queen a date with the dentist from hell. No anesthesia, just pure fury. She punched again and again as the city around them froze completely solid. Realizing how dangerous that last hit was, the Ice Queen fled the battlefield. Desperate, Violet's friends tried to wake her up, even though they knew she no longer had a heart. The warrior girl knew there was only one way to survive, by using her zombie powers to regenerate, but her younger self appeared again, telling her it was useless. She couldn't overcome her own hatred, and because of that, she refused to use her hero's power. No one was coming to save her. She was about to be completely consumed by her hatred. Then, a dark figure appeared in her mind, whispering for her to give up. At that moment, Violet finally realized what was really happening. Those voices were the souls bound to her consciousness. They were the ones who had been holding her back the whole time. The souls said they had no choice but to surrender to that evil messenger. And now she was also surrendering to her enemy for power, her hero. Without his strength, even a lord like the Ice Queen could easily defeat her. Still impaled on the ice spike, Violet watched as flames began to spread across the battlefield. The heat was so intense that the ice began to slowly melt. The Ice Queen's opponent couldn't handle her own fire and would soon burn to death. But then the girl noticed something strange. Violet's mental energy was fluctuating wildly, making the water around her tremble. It seemed Violet was reacting somehow, and even the Ice Queen found it unsettling. Suddenly, the ice spike piercing Violet's abdomen completely shattered, and then a third eye opened on her forehead. Her power surged to its limit, with darkness swirling in her body. For a moment, time itself seemed to freeze. Violet could now move freely within it, calmly walking toward her opponent. The psychic energy of 10 billion souls pulsed through her. It might not have been as destructive as the power the divine messenger Onsun unleashed against her hero, but Violet was enjoying this new form. The souls, now subdued, couldn't believe what they were witnessing. All that vast psychic energy was under her control. They could no longer take her over. With the Ice Queen in her sights, Violet felt a strange gratitude toward those voices. They had helped her remember who she truly was and what she was fighting for. She didn't hate zombies, she just didn't want anyone else to suffer like she had. Just like her hero, she shared the same dream. Her trust in him wasn't based on his strength, but on his kindness. That was what allowed her to finally accept this power. And so, Violet unlocked the stage of her awakened form. With the strength granted by her hero's influence, she could now completely suppress that mental interference. Those souls that once tormented her would now serve her and her alone. Brimming with power, Violet was ready to deliver a memorable beatdown. Seeing her, the Ice Queen couldn't understand when it had happened. Violet seemed like a completely different person. Everything around her felt distorted, almost unreal. The Ice Queen thought about retreating, but before she could act, terror flooded her mind. Her arm was gone. When she looked back, she saw it flying through the air, still not understanding how she'd been hit. It happened too fast for her senses to register. The girl was astonished by Violet's speed. She had fully awakened her ability, just like them. But the Fire Girl pointed out something strange. There was no displacement of air. This power was beyond what they could comprehend. Tormented by pain, the Ice Queen tried to pull herself together. She froze the wound to sell it and glared at Violet with fury, vowing to unleash her ultimate attack, the Arctic Tempest. But Violet, now in her most brutal form, was completely untouchable. Every ice spear around her stopped in midair, as if time itself obeyed her will. She calmly walked through the storm with her sword in hand, closing the distance. And when she reached her, Violet struck, with a single, clean motion aimed at every vital point at once. The Ice Queen's head was severed from her body with a decisive slash. Her remains on the frozen ground, her eyes still wide with disbelief. It had all happened so fast that she couldn't even understand how she'd been killed. And now she's completely at the mercy of our fierce girl, who ordered her to kneel before true power, since she was clearly the weakest one there. Right after that, Violet shattered the ice dome, leaving her opponent totally disoriented. Even her own allies were stunned by what they saw. Violet was basically in her Osaru or Bankai form, completely overpowered. She could already feel that her hero was watching everything. She had finally perfected her new psychic abilities, and he was genuinely proud of her for it. No one would have to step in and help this time, which was a relief, since he himself was about to throw half a building at the Ice Queen. Meanwhile, Greta was lifting parts of the Rhine city with her powers. Finally, everything had calmed down. Now they just had to wait for the rescue team to arrive. Watching Greta work, Violet turned to her hero with a question. She wanted to know if this was how Greta became a zombie and, more importantly, how she ended up looking like that guy, Gismond. After all, her original appearance was really something else. Her hero explained that now that she was infected, her transformation was kitty similar to Violet's own. But to everyone else, she was already seen as a zombie, and that was going to cause a lot of problems with the association. At that moment, Greta was busy rescuing people, but as soon as they saw her eyes, their reactions changed instantly. When she asked how she could help, the survivors just recoiled in fear. That left her deeply troubled. Even though she was saving lives, she knew she could lose control at any moment. Violet understood that feeling all too well, but she still chose to trust her hero and the rest of their allies. He, on the other hand, wanted to know why she had suddenly brought that up. Violet said that when she entered Bankai form, her personality changed drastically. It was actually a little embarrassing. Even so, she felt like she was still herself. She figured that maybe it was the same for him, since he was basically a fragmented person. Despite that, he was still the same person she had known from the beginning. Violet got a little nervous under his gaze, but he wasn't even looking at her. He just stared blankly, lost in thought. They had entered this illusory world so she could learn to master her new abilities. But he had also ended up gaining control over his zombie powers. That meant the trip hadn't been for nothing. Feeling excited, Herrero said he wanted to spar with her to test their limits, but Violet instantly refused. Still, he insisted that she should push herself and explore how far her new strength could go. As they were talking, the defeated zombie lords were nearby. The one Herrero had tamed was surprised that the Ice King was still alive, while she, on the other hand, called him a disgrace to their entire race. Clearly, she still didn't get the situation. If she had resisted just a little longer, she would have ended up like her strange friend, completely annihilated by their hero's power. That revelation made the Ice Queen pause and wonder if it could really be true. But the zombie lord warned her to keep her voice down. Every order given by the sovereign had meaning. Away from them, Violet was busy dodging her overly excited hero, who still wanted that sparring match. He decided it was finally time to return to the real world, and Violet immediately asked what would happen to the people in this dimension. He explained that after the fortress was attacked, another attack had been launched and they had managed to push back the zombies. But our guy seems to be struggling to remember everything, almost as if it doesn't want to know what really happened. They defeated the source, but it's like it was never truly destroyed. And the more Aid tries to think about it, the worse his headache gets. He starts to realize that he was the one who devoured the source and is using amnesia as a way to seal those memories so they never surface again. But that experience turned out to be dangerously risky because the seal containing the source is now on the verge of breaking. The place they once visited was supposed to be forbidden to all humans, as a creature that can annihilate all life forms lives there. And that's not even counting the other lords who are absurdly powerful. An evil eye keeps a close watch on the region. Every living being that steps foot on that land meets the same fate. Among them is someone who looks suspiciously like our beloved Piccolo. A immediately puts a cap on his head, pretending to be just another tourist leading a field trip for zombies. A explains that 1,000 years ago, this region was considered forbidden land. Everyone is amazed by the strange birds and wandering zombies, and they have a lot of questions. The dangerous wild creatures nearby watch them closely, but the rational zombies are treating the whole thing like some kind of safari. Dawn asks if it's really okay to be doing this. The zombie or the disguises seems to be working, but they are clearly too different, especially since there are some humans mixed in, which could make things a lot worse. Piccolo assures them that in this era, brute force is all that matters. Duels between lords are fought fairly. No one interferes, and with Jusman's power, no one that is to stand in their way. No living creature would dare question his authority. Standing in his powerful form, Huisman demands obedience. From now on, those subjects bow to him. Their silence is the confirmation he wanted. Still, he asks for a word from the defeated lord. He admits that he completely understands. The rule was established by the source of all zombies, and no one dares to challenge it. The Iron Samurai believes that their hero was the only one capable of keeping such creatures under control, which means this source must be incredibly strong. Piccolo says that the battle against the source was the riskiest thing their hero ever did. Entered that region with his allies and somehow managed to defeat it. But to do that, he had to challenge the source itself. At first, their hero was completely overwhelmed. His companions fought desperately to buy him time to regenerate. The battle grew fiercer with each passing moment. The source seemed completely indestructible. Then their hero returned to the fight, stronger than ever, unleashing pure violence. Even so, he kept getting knocked down, regenerating and evolving mid-fight, each time becoming more powerful than before. The battle lasted for 7 whole days, and that entire region was wiped off the map. When he finally ran out of strength to heal, he still managed to barely win. The Iron Samurai, in the middle of the story, is terrified and asks if the source was completely annihilated. But according to Piccolo, that's not what happened. The source couldn't be destroyed, so their hero sealed it away instead. Now, everyone wants to know where it's kept. But it's been so long that not even Piccolo remembers, and neither does their hero. As they're discussing all this, the ground starts to shake. A sinister smile echoes through a chilling voice, one that knows exactly why their hero can't remember, because he would never risk doing something so dangerous again. After all, that voice is his most horrible memory. Everyone is panicking, trying to figure out what's going on. When Dawn suddenly sees something emerging, something begins to materialize right in the middle of that field. The source declares that it can't be destroyed by our guy and that he used his own brain as a prison to contain it. Now that he has remembered it, the time for its rebirth has come. Our protagonist instantly starts to change as those memories resurface, a clear sign that things have gotten really bad. Violet senses the danger too. That huge figure is still just a distorted memory. The truly dangerous part hasn't shown itself yet. Then our guy calls out to Violet, who's already waiting, ready to follow his command. He tells her to run with everything she's got. There's no time to explain, but she needs to gather everyone and get as far away from that place as possible. Meanwhile, the source of malice takes form, and it doesn't waste a second, heading straight for our protagonist. he's already on edge, realizing his friends' lives are in danger. That split second of distraction costs him dearly as he's hit by a brutal attack. His body is being overwhelmed by the source power, leaving a trail of destruction wherever he's thrown. He's forced to change forms in mid-air. The battle between the two becomes so violent they're literally tearing the planet apart. Violet quickly realizes this isn't just a memory. Our protagonist actually sealed this monstrosity inside his own head. His former companions now understand that this is the real source itself. Our guy notices his allies haven't escaped yet, which makes everything even more dangerous. The source taunts him for still finding time to worry about others and laughs at the idea that he ever had the guts to imprison it within his own mind. If it breaks free from that prison, it will take full control of his body. Right now, he's fighting just to keep his sanity, but this battle has lasted for millennia, and his body is starting to give out. Strange markings creep across his skin along with metallic ornaments that seem to grow from him. The source believes his victory is finally its. After taking control of our protagonist's body, the source begins to float ominously, radiating malice. Its meta-presence splits the sky with lightning. The hero's former companions can only watch in horror, convinced the fight is over. They've never seen this form before, and the energy pouring from it is pure terror. Violet, too, is frozen in disbelief. The aura she feels now isn't like the destructive power of her friend's ultimate form. It's something much darker. This isn't destruction, it's death itself. The source smiles, thrilled to see so many familiar faces. It's almost amused that everyone has gathered like this. Although it hasn't prepared anything special for the occasion, it does have a little gift to hand out. Its attention fixes on the guy with the glasses first. The poor man's eyes start bleeding for no apparent reason, as if he's been hit by something radioactive. It desperately tries to warn the others that the being before them is not their friend and that they need to flee immediately, but the source has already begun its assault. With a simple flick of its fingers, it unleashes a cataclysmic explosion on the main group. They narrowly dodge it, but even so, the sheer force of the attack is devastating. A single gesture nearly annihilates the human fortress at the edge of the region. But then, the source notices something strange. The skin on his arm is burning, proof that our protagonist is still fighting from the inside, that he hasn't been completely consumed yet. In response, the source clenches his fist, forcing our boy back into his mental prison. Now she's ready to destroy this world and every memory it holds. Violet, furious at seeing all this, activates her full-Jai form, determined to bring her hero back, no matter the cost. But the source won't make it easy. She still has something to do, so she tells her guests to wait a little longer, maybe about 100 billion years. As she says that, she finds herself surrounded by our protagonist's friends. The red-aged guy is ready to use his electrical attacks to beat the enemy, backed up by the fire girl, who has some very impressive assets. The source recognizes our protagonist's former allies and dodges every attack they throw. She promises to use them to kick off the celebration of her rebirth. The truth is, those poor side characters can't do a thing. The enemy is much faster than they expected and they can't avoid their blows. They're saved only by the efforts of Greta, who is somehow still fighting. Even so, massive destruction tears through the devastated landscape. In the distance, everyone tries to regroup. The source is surprised that those enemies are still alive after all that. Just then, the red-aged guy almost sneaks up behind her, but the source already knew who was coming and evades his slow moves, mocking him, saying, "All the little boy can do is try to surprise others like a child." Little by little, the guy speeds up, but the source insists that can't be possible. Then she realizes the guy with glasses is interfering, predicting her moves, and that really annoys the villain. The source grabs the red-eyed guy by his clothes and slams him into the ground. He hits the rocks and he's knocked unconscious, and Evan gets his face stepped on again. The source knows these people are just memories inside our protagonist. There's no real thrill in killing them, so she turns her attention to what really matters. She grabs Violet by the neck, with enough strength to catch her sword with her bare hands while crushing her wine gourd with her other hand. The only one left standing is the guy with glasses, but as the nerd of the group, is been mentally annihilated. He says no way to win. The little girl next to him screams for the source to let Violet go. Her screams catch the source's attention. She remembers her exactly. If given time to prepare, this unassuming citizen could launch a much more lethal attack. In the past, everyone created an opportunity for her to attack, the source decides to give her the chance to try and finish her off in a single blow. She accepts immediately. She can perform that devastating blow that can level a fortress. As her power builds, everything around her begins to crumble and the source is increasingly fascinated, saying that power, cause is special. She's the ultimate expression of a girl who did nothing until now. She launches a huge spear of energy at the enemy to save everyone. The source calmly waits for the attack to reach her and stops it with a single finger, as if holding a water balloon, proving she's not remotely impressed by the size of that power. Another unexpected flashback. Apparently, someone was bullied for the power she has. That's the little girl who just launched the destructive attack. Her mother was bitten by a zombie and still gave birth, which is why the girl's power is uncontrollable. Day after day, she breaks something and becomes the target of ridicule and persecution. People say she should be executed by the association, just like her mother. The girl tries to apologize, saying she didn't do it on purpose. Even so, she's still bullied by all those extras. The poor thing tries to explain that not even her mother knew she'd be born like this, but no matter how much she tries to justify herself, everyone completely ignores her. Now, it's time to teach her a lesson and show her how life works in that place. The mean girl grabs a trash can and dumps all the garbage on her. As if that wasn't enough, she also starts hitting her. The onlookers think she's a monster and deserves to be punished. The little girl begs them to stop because things could get dangerous, but her suffering causes her powers to activate again and she lets out a small explosion, shattering a piece of concrete. Everyone goes silent for a moment, but the bully realizes nothing serious happened, which only makes her angrier. The poor girl gets hit even harder, like she's some kind of scapegoat. Because her destructive power is uncontrollable, she suffered her whole life. Many times, she wished she didn't have these powers at all. A monster like her shouldn't have even been born, they'd say. But for the first time, she wishes to be even stronger, strong enough to save her friends. So determined, she decides to use her own life force to fuel her next attack, unleashing her most powerful move against the source, no matter the cost. Her body starts to fall apart, but she's completely focused on defeating the enemy. Her friends watch as it all unfolds. In fact, it looks like the girl is winning. She's putting every ounce of strength she has into this attack, but the source remains untouched, withstanding it effortlessly. He now says it's time to get serious. Slowly, it pushes the massive energy sphere back with just a single finger. The girl can't even speak, shocked by what she's seeing. Walking towards her, the source scoffs. It's strange. He says how she turned her own body into fuel for psychic power, risking her life for nothing. The difference between their powers can't be bridged by desperation alone. That only makes her more determined. Failure is not an option. She starts to remember when she first met everyone, how warmly her team welcomed her. For someone who always felt useless, the thought of failing them now is crushing her. Her staff has no power left and the source is clearly bored watching the scene. But suddenly something changes. Piccolo, our protagonist's subordinate, appears holding the girl in his arms. It tells her not to give up just yet. This time, the power she unleashes starts to push the source back. Edison understands what's happening as is swept away by this newly awakened force, causing a massive explosion in that ruined world. The girl can barely stand. Her staff even slips from her hands. She realizes that Piccolo shares the same power as her. As her remains silent, we're taken to another flashback. When the girl was just a child, she made her first teddy bear, the first friend she ever had. Together, they had learned to control her power. What a heck of an emotional chapter. Piccolo says it was her. She used everything she had to save those people. Soon after, the Iron Samurai and Dawn arrived, too, and Dawn's trying to wrap her head around how that little girl could become Piccolo. Honestly, it's pretty weird. Someone behind them said that in the last battle, she burned her entire body until she became pure energy. The one explaining was Jusman, who with the help of the Sovereign, managed to create a new body for her, molded after the plush toy she once had. A form born from the image she carried deep in her heart. A person she always wanted to be. Strong, self-assured, able to protect others and herself. Damn, that's the kind of thing that really hits you in the feels. After being pushed back by the previous attack, the source finally realized that the one who truly caught his attention had just arrived. In the real world, it's already been 1 week since the city disappeared, and now everyone is speculating about what caused